20s, 50s, hundreds, thousands, millions, billions, trillions, zillions. I'm talking Amazon money, talking so much money I could mess around and buy Amazon. I been winning, I'm like, why me? I heard these labels wanna buy me. I don't need you, boo, I style me. I roll G's and they grind me. Now I'm on my game, nothing is the same. Who am I to blame? Money made me change. Cardi in my ring when I'm switching lanes. Money in the carry on them Boeing planes. Money in the carry on them Boeing planes. Now I got $1 for all those rainy days. Ain't have a day off in like 80 days. I got hustles in like 80 ways. Kids if he won't take a lazy day. Wifey on me told me take a break. I keep going to the paper street. Then it's trips out to Montego Bay. If I take the job, bet I get it done. I said it before, I'm a one-on-one. I just caught some ones, only wearing ones. Fornicate the funds, money made me calm. Diamonds on your neck, bet they on your neck. You want that watch, you better rock a tech. You want that chain, you better cop a vest. You want the check, but can you make it stretch?
Welcome to the grand finals, our second and final day of the Rise of Legion Apex Legends. Currently, Reignite, EXO Clan, and Team Burger all sit within 7 points of themselves atop that first place throne. We're going to see if Reignite can do what it takes to hold that position, or if they're to be usurped by one of these fledgling teams up and coming. Of course, I can't talk you through this alone. I'm your caster, Crema3. I'm joined by the amazing Icy Baby 1-2. How are you feeling about this one, bud?
I'm feeling good. I'm really nervous for today as well, especially for the teams themselves. Yesterday, we did see a lot of interesting match out of all the 6 games as well. We did see a little bit of up and downs between in the ladders for the players themselves. But at the last match of map number 6, Reignite was able to overcome all the odds and also pull a big W, being the only team in the entire tournament itself to be able to get themselves 2 champions. But still, they are still it's not over yet. There's still not a big lead compared to the rest of the pack, because anything can happen, and this final 6 match is going to decide whether or not is Reignite going to be still #1 by the end of the entire series. So I'm looking forward to be watching. Are we going to see any new adaptations so far, Kramer?
What's interesting, actually, is you mentioned how Reignite have gone for 2 wins here. EXO Clan have come very close to doing the same thing, currently with 1 win and then a 2nd place finish. So EXO Clan are really hot on the heels of Reignite right now. Bear in mind that both teams have been able to match each other relatively evenly when it comes to the kill counts. Now that we go into day 2, in terms of things I want to see, I want to see the likes of Newcastle come out. I think that Newcastle and Gibby have such a good defensive capability that it really allows you to play for these later zones. And for the likes of Reignite, you're proven to be a team that want to just kill everyone. I wouldn't mind seeing the Rampart come out alongside the Watson, with the Watson pushing everyone up and the Rampart tearing through them. Or furthermore, I wouldn't even mind seeing Mad Maggie make a return, because while that ult could be very unpredictable, when it lands, my god, does it land.
Yep, it is all about execution, but I don't. In terms of adaptations drops, we did see a couple of teams did adapt in those kind of situations as well. I think if I'm not mistaken, Revenant was one of these teams as well. You did mention about Newcastle; they were one of the few that brought it out. However, didn't exactly do too well. The teams I think you want to talk about when it comes to adaptations, I feel like EXO Clan really stood out for me as well. They brought in a Bangalore for Stormpoint to play a little bit of a difference in approach. It's not exactly meta, but due to the difference of how the terrain is laid out, they did make adaptations by taking advantage of those smokes. So we might expect a little bit more teams kind of focus on getting those digital threats a little bit more compared to the previous patch. I think another team that really stands out as well is going to be Burger. Team Burger is one of the most low-key consistent team out of all 6 maps in yesterday's games, placing top 5 out of all 5 games, only dropping in the final map 6 with only on 8th place with only 2 KP in yesterday's game. So they are still going to be up in the contender for the #1 spot by the end of all the matches itself. And yeah, there's just so much to actually talk about, and I'm looking forward to see new adaptations coming into this final 6 match, Premier.
You're right, and I want to highlight how a few teams have had very quiet playoff runs. The main one I want to highlight is DreamFire and X10, who both sit in 14th and 16th place, respectively, out of 20. And considering how they're a team that have the potential to absolutely upset other teams, they have the skill to be able to take on Reignite head on, or the likes of EXO Clan head on, makes me think that if I am on one of these teams, I'm now starting to target these first place teams just to see if we can make things a little bit more interesting.
Yep. Another team that I want to talk about as well is NXL. I think they were one of the more consistent team coming from group stages. Yesterday's game didn't exactly see too much about NXL WolfPack, and I think they were kind of like the low-key consistent. They were getting a lot of placements, but they can't seem to survive into a later stage game, right? Like they had like 3 maps in a row. They got like top 4 placements, and then the rest, I think the final 2 maps, they kind of dropped 18 plays 2 games in a row, which was kind of a big surprise factor. However, due to the nature of the points that they've collected in the first 4 maps, they are still placed in 8th place, so it's not that far behind. So hopefully consistency is going to be what gets them through in this final 6 maps. Of course, what are we going to be playing this final 6 maps? Similarly, it is going to be Wolf's Edge as well as Stormpoint again. So they do have some sort of reference from yesterday's 6 maps to kind of adapt to their playstyles. But I think a good reference point is that the teams which are in the bottom pack, teams like Bomber Boys, HAIWAAN Gaming, High Dynamic Range. They have kind of haven't exactly found their comfort drop zones yet. We did see a little bit of Greaves here and there. I think Tendency, most likely in the first 5 minutes, we are going to see them still struggling to find their territories before they actually contest for the later stage of the circle zone.
Yeah, and for me, I'm interested to see if when they do go for these contestants for the later game circles, you need to highlight, which is the difference between first and NXL is only about 25 points. So for NXL, this is by all means a recoverable day. You just really need to prey on what may be the overconfidence of Reignite, of EXO Clan, of Burger. And another team that we need to mention is Emmanuel, a team which we weren't expecting too much from, but currently sit in 4th place after not only a victory, but then a 3rd place finish straight after it.
Yeah, I think Emmanuel kind of really dropped the bomb on us as well, right? Considering that they were kind of low-key there for a number of time, especially for Map 1. Map 2, they were one of the first to get their second champion, kind of shot them up into a decent place, and then they kind of dropped off a little bit. It feels like they're a little bit inconsistent at times, but they have adapted the strategy. I think ever since Map 1 onwards, they do prioritize, I would say, strategic positions of camping in the early zones of the zone. I think during Kings Canyon and Storm Point, we did see a couple of times. And tentatively, when they get those spots, they do play really, really well and really, really strong at that point. But we haven't seen them be able to kind of retake strategic positions, right? Like so far, teams that have kind of actually done that so far and successfully got away with it was D and Z, right? I think in the final map in yesterday's game, it was Reignite that got forced out. This map 5 itself, it was DNZ that actually forced Reignite out of their positions, and Reignite was put in a very, very difficult spot to a point that they were able to tunnel their way and rat their way into a top 2 finish. But still, a very commendable run coming from both DNZ as well as Reignite. But that's the thing, right? Some teams are just better at pushing aggressive. Some teams are just better at anchoring. So it all comes down to whether or not can they get what is designed for in their compositions. We did see a lot like Watson compositions. We did see Caustic Watson as well. Some of these teams not even prioritizing Gibraltar, which is a little bit of a interesting fact for me, which is kind of surprising for me. But still, sometimes, if you hit, you hit. If you miss, such is life, man.
I want to talk about X10 Crit a little bit here when you speak about getting into good positions, which is they're a team who are miraculously good at being able to find high ground. And in almost every zone we've been in, literally for the entirety of yesterday, X10 had the high ground, and it took another team having to push them and then usurp them in order for that to then be recovered. So I'm really looking forward to seeing if X10 are going to be able to sort out their defense a little bit and then hold these high ground positions that they've done such a good job at securing anyway.
Yeah, that's the thing, it's all about hit and misses here. Yesterday's game, we did see a lot of highlights coming from EXO Clan. In particular, it's gotta be Ziggy, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, Ziki. Okay, apologies for that. Ziki being one of the one that really, really stood out for both me and
really
Kramer
good
as well. He was actually setting off a lot of plays for his team. A lot of those finishes as well, they were able to like 2-man their way to the final zone, which was kind of ridiculous. But that's the thing, it's all about teamwork. It's all about prioritizing all those kill potentials or maybe even opportunities when it presents itself, right? It's gonna be absolute chaos. It's gonna be absolute mayhem. And for these guys watching at home, be sure to share at the live stream. Tell your friends right now. This is gonna be the grand finals. The best of the best are here, and I'm looking forward to see whether or not are they going to be able to perform? Because currently, the team, one of the players that really, really stood out in the Apex Legends community is going to be Jen Burden from Reignite. We didn't see too much of his POV in yesterday's games, but when we did see it, Sharky was just popping off of his Kraber. And I don't know, I feel like Reignite, they have their ups and they have their downs as well.
They do. And now, before we get into game 1, I'm gonna put you on the spot. Do you still have a favorite to win this entire thing? For me, it's EXO Clan. Actually, I don't think Reignite are gonna be winning this. I think that their aggression may actually get the better of them.
I think that's the thing, right? Like before the start of map 1 yesterday, the two teams that really could have stood out for me was Reignite and Revenant Esports, right? They were on the top two from the group stages itself. Reignite being, I'm a fan for Gem Button, but Revenant Esports for me was that Fat Monster being their coach. That is going to be someone that kind of really stood out for me as well. One of the first few Indian players that I actually met and casted as well. He does have the experience to play in Pret lobbies, etc. So hopefully they will be able to adapt. But in yesterday's game, Revenant Esports, we did see adaptations, but are they comfortable in using in different compositions? You talked about Newcastle, still a very unfamiliar legend to be playing around when it comes to the meta shifts, and in current meta as well. We did see like teams like TSM, I think Liquid as well. April was still experimenting as well. They have a lot of highlights with Newcastle here and there in Pret lobbies, but is it viable consistency, right? When it comes to playing in tournaments in Scream, it is all about unpredictably. It's all about facing the unknown when it hits you. Is Newcastle viable in every single situations? So far, we over the seasons, we've kind of established Gibraltar is there. No matter what happens, GB is always good. You only get messed up by a crypto drone, but aside from that, GB is always good. Arm Guard saves you, yada, yada, yada. But what about Newcastle? What does it bring to the table? It's cool. You've got a really, really big shield. Nice. You've got a movable barrier. Nice. You can push edge by edge. It's pretty good for playing zone wars. All right, I get it. But what about its passive abilities? Can you abuse the knockdown shield as much as we can? We've seen a lot of highlights like this, but hasn't been executed in pro levels, because I believe pro levels, they do have a way to counter it. So it's still like a 50-50 gray area for me, Grammar. So I don't know. I haven't seen enough to be convinced that, hey, it's the new GB, man. It's the new GB. GB will always be GB, man.
The other teams I want to talk about are some of the Indian teams. Team Goated, HDR, HAIWAAN Gaming as well, PROJECTXXX and Bomber Boys. They've had some lackluster performances in this tournament so far. The one that has stood out for me though is HAIWAAN, who, yes, in our final day of the qualifiers, really showed up. We've entered playoffs, they've been a little bit quiet, but I think they're probably going to end up really waking up today in our final day of playoffs.
Mathematically, it is still possible for them to actually overcome the odds. It's the final 6 games. They need like really, really good, like what?
They got 25-point games consistently.
Mathematically, I'm just gonna around there. I feel like it's more like top 3 finishes, final 6 games with high kill volumes. Mathematically speaking, it is possible for them to be able to reach the top. And they've got to completely dumpster every single team who's currently at the top right now. So technically, mathematically, it's still possible, but I don't know. It's got to take a miracle, man. It's got to take a miracle.
It will. It will. Now, for me, miracles can happen. Yeah, I'm not a non-believer. I am a non-believer in any of the pretty much top 10 teams, with the maybe exception of Dewa, to be able to come and win this tournament. I think outside of the top 10, it's just not happening. Ants had a pretty good game yesterday. They sort of broke up towards the end, but that I feel is too little too late, particularly when, the likes of Reignite, they're not going to take their foot off the gas. They're not going to slow down.
Yeah, I think Ant Esports is one of those teams that would be in the similar situation to HAIWAAN Gaming, right? But they had like one really good game map 5 by having with a one champion yesterday, kind of gave them in a spot that now they're currently in the middle pack. Like you said as well, it is still very possible for you for them to actually come to the top 3, top 5 finish. Eventually, the prize pool that they are going to be competing for is $10,000 US, and only the top 4 will be awarded a location of that, get a sum of that prize itself. So making the top 4, I would say, it is still very possible, but today they have to play out of their minds, right? Top 4 currently is what? The benchmark for top 4 is going to be 55 points as of yet. And of course, over the 6 maps, I believe the guys at the top, the gatekeepers, are going to be scaling a little bit more as well. So technically, from Ant's perspective, they need to allocate at least, what? 23 points, estimately 23 points. And then on top of 23 points, and also...
It is just not happening.
maybe 20 trophy points to close the gap. Okay, closing the gap. Overtaking them, that's a different story. That's gonna be another 20 points. So technically, getting 40 points by the end of these 66 games, it is still very doable. Finishing on all top 5 finishes is gonna be a good way to finish out. Like a good benchmark to be comparing would be Burger Esports, right? Burger Esports, they played what, 5 out of 6 matches, they've got top 5. And on top of blundering with 6 play on the 6 map where they finished 8th place, they were able to allocate 61 points. So technically, it is very still doable if you get like top 5 finishes for the remaining 6 games and get yourself approximately 60 points to shove you in the top 4 finish. So for N Esports, I don't think it's over yet, but of course, you guys are at home, are excited to watch a match as well. We are going to be preparing the matches for you guys very, very shortly. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be taking a very, very short break. And right after this break, we will give you guys those matches. So be sure to share the stream, and we will see you guys right after this break.
Welcome back. We do apologize for the swiftness of our opening. I guess you could call this a hot drop in broadcasting, but we're going to talk about hot drops in just a moment. We do apologize for the short delay. We had a few issues with the lobby. However, it's live, the action's ready to go, and so are both me and Icy. This is going to be a good one.
Yep, it is going to be a good one indeed, because now, based on the map itself, they are going to be dropping a pretty balanced pathway as well. Nothing out of the ordinary. We do see Bomber Boys kind of split off as well. I was expecting a little bit more contest with his hot drop, but it seems like there has been a lot of action down to a Skyhook itself. X10 as well as the other teams are going to be in the vicinity contesting for a spot. This circle is still a little bit unpredictable as well. It's somewhere around Epicenter, somewhere around Skyhook, somewhere around Landslide, as well as I think Countdown is also going to be in the vicinity. Getting those early respawn beacons, early survey beacons is going to help them out deciding on where they should be rotating. We haven't seen any teams kind of do it yet. I want to see whether or not does any single team make that decision on where do they rotate. Oftentimes, we do see teams prioritize on getting information first before going for those loot drops. And so far, that's pretty much it for now.
You're right, and what's interesting actually when it comes to this drop is this first zone towards the northernmost side of the map is actually quite a balanced one. It means actually getting there is going to be fairly easy for all these teams, and it means we're going to see a lot of hunkering down. But on the topic of hunkering down, this is a lot of damage that Bomber Boys are out, putting one of our Indian teams left in the tournament. Now looking to go a bit aggressive here.
Yeah, seems like SNG as well as Bomber Boy is going to be contesting a little bit far off to the northeast section. It seems like they are going to be struggling a little bit, but oh, Icky Boy going for a big B, but oh, the devotion, losing the trades on against a flatline draw. Will get the first knock onto his Bomber Boys. Bomber Boys, however, going to be going for the full defense as well. Casting gas already going to be popping off, and they are going to try and go for the reset as well. But the flanks are coming in, getting shot from the sides. The crossfires are coming in. They get a re-knock, and that is going to be Bomber Boys right from the get-go. Gets eliminated. 3 KPs in the hands of SNG.
This is what happens when you take a fight with SNG. My God, I see. That is a dominant way to start. And now for SNG, having already been able to evo their shields, having already been able to start now gearing up and getting ready to potentially take the fight to some other teams. Now that Bomber Boys were kind enough to give them an option to go attack. Another one of our Indian teams here, HAIWAAN Gaming, already 2 players down. Noxy on the Bloodhound now has to run and hightail it out of there.
Oh no, not looking good for the guys in the bottom of the pack. We talked about them having a little bit of early contention. Seems like there's going to be 3 KPs across the board. Noxy going to be trying to rat his way into the next phase game. He's only a Bloodhound. He doesn't have much utilities. Look at this, ammunition-wise, not a good start for him. R301 wants a charge rifle. I don't know. He needs those 1 kill potential if he wants to survive. And on top of it all, Wingman being in the crafting station, that's not going to be a good sign for him as of now. Not a great start.
Brothers, got an Evo shield here. Level 2.
But
I'm interested as to whether or not PROJECTXXX are going to be committing to anything fairly aggressive, because it seems like the Indian play style is push someone, hope to kill them. If you do, just snowball. If not, then well, it's a bad place to. Oh, it's like you're pushing someone. Ooh.
Oh, seems like DNZ, they will get the raid on as well, because here comes the Armor Sword Joker getting purple on top of it. Oh, they do get a successful takedown. They've got 2 knocks. They're looking for the finish. DNZ able to successfully win their fight and towards the dome itself. So that's going to be the invades coming in to thinning out the competition is going to be the way to go for TNZ before the anniversary rotation. And end of day is Deep Goated being the last man standing. He is going to try and go for the pick up. Immediately gets aped on. The bait is real, and DNZ gets 3 KPs in the bag.
I won't lie, I see. We are hemorrhaging. We are hemorrhaging Indian teams at the moment. And I would love to see if any of them can make it into our top positions now, because I think there's only 1 or 2 left.
Yeah, I guess it's going to be a very, very difficult spot for them as well, considering that there is going to be a little bit of a difference in terms of approach and also play style. So, I don't know, it's tough. It's tough. I'm not going to lie, it is tough. But seems like there is going to be a skirmish count with Skyhook as well. They are in the safe zone for now, but X10 Crit, they are going to be stalking their prey. I believe that is going to be... Who is it right there? it's going to be a different team, I guess. But it seems like it's going to be a three-way showdown down to Skyhook. X10 is just still waiting for the right moment to strike. And teams are slowly trying to edge in towards the next phase. Zone Circle seems to be somewhere in, I think, Fragment, outside of Fragment countdown area. Seems like that's going to be the way to go. So Sky is not exactly too bad of an area to be in, especially for the second phase of Zone, if they know where it is.
I see. The more I look at the Valkyrie heirloom, the more I hate it. Because those spine parts that split out from it, they split from the main like spear part of it. So that's going to snap the second you try and put that into anyone.
I guess if you put it that way,
What
but
terrible craftsmanship.
I guess if you put it that way, but seems like there is going to be a lot of action down towards Skyhook as well as Countdown. It seems like a lot of teams already realize where the second phase of the zone is going to be going in. A lot of the teams have been taking the early approach to kind of get to the next phase zone, and because of this, we are going to be seeing a lot of action coming in. But now, from the perspective of ATAH, they are going to be stalking with those cryptos, getting information, try to sneak by the next phase of the zone, but it's hard to get information as we get. But Dewa United Esports is going to bow out on 17 plays. They got picked off in the fronts, but Skyhook seems like Team Burger is going to be skirmishing around, looking for opportunities to go in for the fight. And while this is actually happening, X10 is in the vicinity, just listening and waiting it out for their opportunity to actually go in for the fight. Team Burger, one of the better consistent teams, top 3 so far in the current bracket. Seems like they are in a very, very difficult spot. We do see long-range snipes across the maps to try and third-party these fights.
You're right, and I'm surprised Team Burger actually don't commit to the push there. It's a really disciplined way of playing. Bearing in mind, they know that this entire zone, while there is 1 or 2 players they can engage with, they know that there's going to be a third party somewhere, particularly this early into the game. And while we have had a lot of combat actually elsewhere and to get eliminated, this is turning into a bit of a bloodbath for a very, very early bit of combat. But the follow-up from that is we now have a bunch of teams who are too scared to push one another because they don't know where these aggressive, kind of marauding teams are going to reveal themselves. And furthermore, I want to take a moment to talk about how good X10 Crit's positioning is, because even now, they have the high ground in the zone.
Oh my goodness, the circle kind of closed down as well on the top left of the minimap. It seems to be somewhere in countdown as well as Skyhook. So every single team is gonna be playing around all these corners, but the question remains, can they outmaneuver all these choke spots? Because this is gonna be urban warfare all the way through. Wraith is gonna have a great time. Caustic Comms, GB Comms is gonna have an amazing time at playing all these terrains. But it is gonna turtle themselves in towards a lot of tunnel vision, so they have to play this very, very patiently, because resource is gonna be even more scarce, even though you can loot building to buildings. But it's the same can be said for any other teams out there who's trying to rotate in between the buildings itself. So this is gonna be a tough battle to fight, but I feel like whoever that finds a team outside of this urban warrior, a spot that's outside of this urban warfield, it's gonna be able to have a good time watching this chaos from afar.
Yep. Do you know what the trick is to urban combat? In both real life and in Apex, is you shoot from a position, then you rotate. Usually it's kind of 3 shots and then rotate. Not the case in urban warfare. It's shoot and move. And what I think a lot of these teams need to really embrace is the more you're moving, the harder it is to get trapped. And the harder it is for these teams to be able to sort of jump on you. Like, you see a team here trying to dive in with a Valkyrie, in the sense that they're trying to also...
Oh, way.
No way. They're above EXO. Oh, no.
That is a tough spot to be in, you know. Reignite. They take the high ground. They try to throw in for the drop as well. DreamFire, they manage to catch them off guard with those flatlines and Speedy to actually go in for the flank. Reignite, they're playing the outside approach, but it seems like they are going to be choked as well. I don't think they realize it's going to be Reignite, but DreamFire, they're not letting them off the hook. They're so weak, and they're looking for the finish. The Speedies are here, but Pai, look at this. He's only got 24 ammo. They need to turn them off guard to actually loot off their ammunition, but is this a good choice to actually fight this? Because this is Reignite we're talking about.
DreamFire want to take it. I love the aggression. I also love how they don't care who it is. They just push them. They just fight them. Something to highlight from Reignite is they've split up really, really nicely here. They have Zero giving covering fire, Genburson on the ground, and it also means that any push from DreamFire means they're going to get pummeled. You see it there, Genburson, even able to just tag that first player. Sharky is going to be down.
Oh, no.
Now, the question is, will Sharky be finished, or is he going to be given a little bit of respect here? Elsewhere, Ziki dives in. There's a kill onto Sharky. EXO actually stealing that potentially, and now they come to outflank. Unfortunately for Reignite, they become the linchpin here.
Oh no, EXO from behind as well. They thirst the Reignite right from the get-go. Genburson also getting knocked from EXO Clan. And this is not looking good for Reignite at all. They lost the GB from the get-go, and now Zero, the last man standing for Reignite, he might actually bow out. They're gonna be completely sandwiched, and that is gonna be Reignite down on 15 plays, pinched by both DreamFire as well as EXO Clan from behind. There was no way they could have got out of that without the GBs held, and oh, what a way to start the first day of the series with the top of the leaderboard getting knocked out rather early, my friend.
Categorically, there was no way you survived that. There was no way to run either, because you're in a narrow corridor. If you try and Valkyrie ult, you're just going to get pummeled. So really, really smart play from EXO there. And now, I'm really curious as to what EXO do now that they have control of the top of Trials, which is going to be a absolutely crucial point to hold.
Yo, this is tough. This is really, really tough as well. But yeah, this is what I'm talking about as well, right? If you get a really, really good spot tunnel the way through, camp that spot. And like you said as well, EXO has one of the better spots to actually be in when it comes to deciding rotations, right? If this circle shifts away from the Skyhook, they're going to be fine. But it's unfortunately to say the rest who's in Skyhook is not going to have the same similar pattern. But seems like circle is going to push them into Skyhook, and EXO just say, you know what? The high grounds are pretty good. We've got a lot of cover. They're gonna stay there for the end of time. Meanwhile, the rest of the team are starting to move inwards in towards the city itself to fight for those vantage points. And so far, I think the train station down towards the north side isn't too bad, but I think it's just shy off on the outskirts of the zone. So they need a good spot to actually rat their way through. But seems like Emmanuel is gonna struggle on from the countdown vicinity as they get gatekept by another team. The sprays are coming in. A good beam coming from Emmanuel. They take down DreamFire. That's gonna be one down from DreamFire, but it's gonna be a 3v2 situation. DreamFire, they're out in the open. They're gonna force the GB out as well. But here comes the push from Emmanuel. They go in for the pump. They lost Asia, but it's A-Flow and FOURTWENTY as well. Gonna be going a 2v2 situation, and they wipe DreamFire on 14 plays. Emmanuel, beautiful defense coming from them.
I love this. There is now no clear winner. There is now no clear team that could take this, because all our top teams are being eliminated. The one I want to keep an eye on now is EXO. This is their chance to take the throne, but they need to have a very convincing round here.
Yeah, it's gonna be a very, very difficult one coming for DreamFire. It seemed like they had a good start as well. They were one of the few teams that actually completely throw off Reignite, but still, EXO reaping the rewards is gonna give a little bit more opportunity for them to, as you said as well, usurp the throne of the leaderboards itself. But what I'm a little bit more curious as well, where is Revenant Esports? Oh, as soon as I say it, right on screen, 2 men. And they've got the highest ground ever, but with only 2 men guarding this tower. So not the most ideal situation, but hopefully they're gonna be able to defend against this, because if anyone decides to sneak up and ape on them, there's no way they're getting out of this unscathed.
Yeah, and you see how the caustic has just set up at the top of this ladder. No one's going to be able to push this first time round. There's always going to be that early warning system. And it looks like PROJECTXXX losing all but 1 player. They're Bangalore just hiding now, hoping the drone doesn't find them. But it has.
It has.
Oh, Zayn
no.
has to be so careful.
Well, he's going to be ratting his way through. I don't think they want to try and push this way through. They will settle down, but as of now, there's just so many teams lying around in every single vicinity. So it's going to be very risky to go for the reserve as well. Zayd, he is going to try and push out ATH, but look at this. ATH, they don't want to push because they've got a pretty decent space with those Watson fans. So hopefully he's going to try and save up his teammates. Seems like it is going to make an attempt as well. Goes for the Bangalore out and team, but the Crypto, his stock is ready. Oh, the nades! Oh no!
Oh,
no!
what a
He
nade!
knocked around me, and now he's dead!
Oh my god!
ATH! Oh my god! That
Okay.
that is dirty. That is dirty. dirty.
That wasn't a grenade. That was a nuke, I see. Jack! Oh my god! And then to whip out the R30-30 and one-shot the final guy. That was just disturbing.
Clean and... no, that's not clean. That's the dirtiest way of taking out a competition. For a second, I thought, you know, maybe Zan would have had a chance to pick up his teammate, but nope. Crypto Drone gives too much information, my friend. Crypto Drone gives too much information. Oh my god. That was dirty. I've had my fun, man. Kramer, I had my fun.
Yeah, all right, we can end it here. I think we found a winner. ATH, congrats on the first map, boys. Now that we're starting to establish sort of positions for each of these teams, this final zone, which we'll see kind of fade in the next minute, is going to be so important.
I swear, if someone clips that moment, you can make a meme like, oh, that's how you know you messed up, you know? Those kind of memes. It's like the nade just appears out of nowhere. He thought he had a second chance, and like,
moment,
oops,
Jackson he cocked out.
He messed up. Yeah. I get it. Yeah, that's exactly the meme we're talking about. That feels bad, man. But overall, the game will continue. Circle 4 is on its way. Seems like it is going to be shrinking to the northwest section of Skyhook. So you do see a lot of skirmishes are already on its way. 10 seconds left. The circle is going to be moving off. You can see a lot of forced rotations are making the way. You can see the casting is just making so much space, especially from Northside Esports, who's trying to hunker down towards the basement itself. Not a good spot to be in, but at the same time, they've got no other choice, considering that there is a team above them.
They are able to avoid a lot of utility as well by being in the basement, so it does come with its pros and cons. But also, it's the time for aggression. X10 Crit, they realize they don't want anyone in their building. This is our house. You don't even pay rent. And now as they get ready to go for the low ground, I'm really interested to see if Northside actually just up the tempo and try to push into them.
Yep. Seems like high ground as well. DNZ, they are going to get full run as well. They've got the casting gas to zone them up. But they are going to try to reset and heal themselves up. Emmanuel, however, will be taken out by X10 off the screen. So that's going to be a little bit of battle down below as well. X10, DNZ, and I believe Northside Esports all the way in the basement itself. So it's going to be a three-way showdown in potentially one of the so-called streamer buildings as of yet here of Skyhook. But seems like X10 is going to get arced as well. Here comes the GB Dome preemptively in case they decide to go for the push. Great teamwork so far, but they are going to be A-okay, especially coming from X10. But the circle, look at this. Look at the top level of the minimap. It is going to go out. This is not good, but sneaky arc coming from X10 to force them out of situations. But are they going to be able to do this? But it seems like it is all about those patient games for now, as they need to regroup for next fight. But DNZ struggling to hold on as they get oppressed, not from inside, but above as well. But Joker, he gets the knock on Nuzuru. Are they going to go for the finish? A very, very cheeky one-way angle with the barriers, and they are going to go for the flush. DNZ, they're going for the A. Can they go for the thirst? They're running for their lives. The next 10, can they survive? They even got the pickup. Here comes the re-knock, and that's going to be X10 getting wiped off by DNZ.
DNZ, though, they don't go unscathed. SA is so far away, trying to heal him is going to be a nightmare. However, there's another group here. I believe this is the DNZ's opposition of SNG, who have just gone to the top of the roof here. In fact, no, it's EXO. Oh, what is it? You do not want to fight EXO, and for good reason. There's an instant knock. EXO continue to make their presence known. This is our house. This is our zone. This is our game, and you're merely here for the temporary measure.
Well, this is going to be very, very risky because the third parties are starting it as well. The back row spawns are helping as well. The DG trade armor Kilo Pulse is going to put him at a very, very advantageous point. They've got a gas smoke. They've got this beam as well. But here comes the pump. But Ziki, he needs to run for his life. He's dealt a lot of damage, but here comes the armor swap. But as of now, the clock is ticking. 30 seconds on the line. They have to wrap up this fight. What do? EXO Clan, looks like they're forcing. They lose Dexter. They lose Kilo, and Ziki, he says, I'm out of here. He's going to try and buy time for his team. He's getting shot from across the map. He's got a really decent red spot, but guess what? Another Welk finds him, and that's gonna be EXO Clan eliminated on 7th place. But while this is happening, DNZ will be the victors of the streamer building, and down towards the circle coming in. Top 6 left. Circle closing in. Everyone forced their way into his ATH. They've got this Watson fans. They're just making life miserable with them. Come to Papa, and ATH says with this Watson fans, there's no way anyone wants to push them into the marketplace of this map itself. The sprays are coming in. It is going to be absolute chaos across the map. Crypto drones looking around as well. Jack Q finding the opportunity, goes for the DNC. He's stuck. PP, what can you do? Absolutely nothing. Gets completely shut down. And the kill leader in the hands of ATH as of yet.
ATH. The MP goes off. There's the burst of it, and now here comes the push. Look at ATH. Now that they've been able to get their crypto off, all they're doing is just dropping utility. They're dropping nades, they're dropping everything they can. They're actually going to go for the push as well off the back of it. It's very ambitious. Jack is going to fall instantly. The crypto, the culprit of this is going to follow it up, trying to take down this final player. They do so. The Newcastle Falls BRP, they get eliminated now. It's down to 3. Jack is going to be revived, brought back up. Given a bit of a shock by the Watson there. I imagine that'll wake you up. So that's a Revenant now, I believe, with only 2 players, meaning they're going to have to be either the linchpin to win this, or they're going to be the target of the first fight.
Exactly. Down towards the final 3. Team Burger low-keying their way into this map. It's going to be a battle between Revenant as well as Burger. And I think that's going to be ATH on the other side. These are going to be your top 3. Revenant going to be fighting against Burger as of now, as they go side by side in this team fight. But the circle is closing in. They have to push out an ATH to get one knock on towards Maxius on Revenant. Team Burger, they have to make the play. They've used the dome. They're out and open, but the Cosmic Gas stops them, and they get completely beamed as ATH. They've got so much cover. They've got the Watson out. There's absolutely nothing they can do. That's gonna be a free win for ATH. They've got the information. They go there for the gatekeep, and here comes the spray down. But oh my goodness, the Asian sidestep is not gonna keep it alive for Revenant. But as of now, it's gonna be a 2v1 situation. Beaming through the WAN, and now Jack Kiddo is gonna be providing assist as well. This is gonna be over, and ATHXVY is gonna be the champions of this game. Style points across the game, and they are your champions for game number 7 for today. What a game today, Kremer. What a game.
Yeah. What a game from ATH. I love the fact that once they have that Web of Watson utility, they actually just wait until the final moments. Then when they take the fight out in the open, because they realize that once they have the shield generator down, they have that extra layer of defense. They can take a fight with everyone. Bear in mind, once they identified where Revenant and their opponents were, they realized all they have to do is sit in the open and wait for them to jump over the fence, but they're forced out by the zone. Really, really smart game from ATH. And more importantly, before this game even started, ATH, they weren't having too bad a game either. I believe they were in the top 10. So being able to now go ahead and get into this now quite serious contention, a win to open the day is perfect.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, you know, no GB, no problem. It seems like ATH, they were able to take advantage of the situation. You know, that's the beauty of having a crypto drone, right? Getting information, play around your strengths, and for them to actually fence up the market, which was taking a big margin of the zone and gave them so much advantage to force every other team to kind of be spaced out and forced to clash against each other. So that was really, really smart defense coming, especially from Jack Cute as well. Was pretty insane. But I'm not gonna lie, the highlights is gotta be from Lalabang as well as Jack Cute, right? When it comes to the communication with the crypto drone, the nades, the one-tap repeater, killing off I think it was PROJECTXXX.
Yeah.
Oh, that you hate to see it, but still, that's still pretty cool to pull off. It's not easy to pull off, to pull it off. I'm not gonna lie.
No, it's not. The fact they were able to do it pretty much instantly as well. They didn't take many attempts, was great. I also want to talk about that nade from Jack. That nade to land right in front of the 2 players resurrecting, pulls out the 30-30 and one-shots the final guy. For me, that was play of the game easily.
Yeah. Easily play of the day. That was pretty cool. But at the same time, I'm not sure we're going to see the highlights, but in case you've just missed out on map 7 here in the grand finals, this is going to be the highlights of map number 7, which we see a little bit of early contention in early stage game. DNZ popping really well as well. One of the few teams that actually got a lot of early kills in the team fights as well. Reignite also going to be taken out rather early in the game itself by both EXO Clan as well as DreamFire, which forced them to bow out rather early in this game, especially in the grand finals itself. So this kind of translates to a situation where a lot of the teams in the middle of the pack able to kind of scale back into this game, and I think before the start of this game, we kind of talked about how whether or not they have opportunity to usurp Reignite the throne, and this kind of demonstrates as well. ATH not out of it yet for now, Kremer.
You're absolutely right. And for ATH, I'm now looking at a point where I'm looking to see if there's going to be any way to mimic the success. I think that while they had an incredible game, they were making good of an already good circumstance, which was in that final zone, they just had the only building. I want to know if when they're strayed a little bit more, when the zones aren't favoring them, are they going to be able to continue that success?
Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit difficult to do so, but I'm looking forward to see whether or not can they actually pull it off. Because eventually it comes down to execution, it comes down to a little bit luck, and you know it will go a long way. So it's tough. It's definitely a little bit tough to actually continue the journey. But I'm looking forward whether or not it will continue for now, because they have a long way to go, and that's the thing, you know, they've got 5 more maps to go and anything can happen. So I'm looking forward to see how the next match is going to be happening. And I wonder how much of a score point it is going to shift for them as well, Kremer.
Mm-hmm. The other thing to highlight is that Revenant, they placed 3rd with a player who disconnected. That was a two-man squad. They made it to 3rd. That was really impressive. I doubt they got many kills. We'll be able to see our standings in just a second. But the fact they placed 3rd is going to make up for the fact that they had that disconnect.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good run for them as well. Especially we talk about adaptations, right? Revenant Esports, they were struggling a little bit. For them to place 3rd now, it does give them a little bit more comfort zone, right? And considering that Reignite was taken out, EXO Clan was taken out rather early as well. So this is going to give them a little bit more points to push up to actually to get a decent spot, considering that they had a terrible run in yesterday's game. So yeah. All in all, 5 more games to go. Next map is going to be in Storm Point. Hopefully, we will see teams kind of adapt. But what was really surprising for me was that Reignite, they do like to play this composition where they like to Valk out towards a mountain terrain, who gives you like this 10-second window to actually abuse like being knocked out from away from the map itself, right? And then take those information and do what's next. Every single time they do it, it's very common in ALGS, especially how congested they are. They want to buy like a 10 seconds time before they ape on someone, right? But unfortunately, that didn't exactly work out in their favor because of how there wasn't exactly people getting third party in that situation. They were I would say the sheeps waiting to be slaughtered in the hands of both EXO Clan as well as DNT. So it's DreamFire. So it's a little bit unfortunate for them. I believe that if there was a little bit more teams there, that play for them would have worked out in their favor.
Mm-hmm. It would have. And now as we sort of go into game 2, the team I also want to talk about is Reignite, who got completely crunched on. They were out in, what was it, like 12th? They got limited really early on. And it meant that this top spot now is completely opened up. EXO also got eliminated, I think, in 6th, but EXO did also kill quite a few players. So now I'm curious to be seeing if after game 7, EXO have been able to take that first place spot off of Reignite.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see the scoreboards very, very shortly. It's gonna be up very, very soon. But what I do know is that when it comes to this kind of matches as well, I feel like it brings me really, really it brings me a certain joy, you know, when it comes to watching these kind of matches. Like sometimes there are times where, oh, this team is one of the best in the world, nobody can take them down. But that's the beauty of playing Apex Legends. Anything can happen, and we expect the unexpected, because sometimes you may be at the top of your game one time, but not every single time. And it just brings me a lot of joy to see that a different team is always gonna get champion every single game. It's not like one team is gonna like a champion first game, second game, third game, fourth game. It's very, very difficult to go back to back. And it brings me a lot of joy to see like a new team stepping up their comfort zone and playing that. They're showing you that, hey, we're not out of it yet. Crypto is still playable. It's not the best, but information wins games. And I was a little bit skeptical in yesterday's game, but today, I don't know. I don't know, is the crypto or is it the Watson fans? But I feel like when it comes to urban warfares, Watson, Caustic Comms tend to win out a lot. Who manages to get a little bit better of the zone in terms of territory is going to win out. And I feel like the biggest winner is got to be that Watson Comm. The fence is completely blocking out the entire marketplace. Yeah, big W for ATH.
Yeah, I'm also a really big fan of Watson at the moment. I think that she has some really strong place in the meta. And to further that, actually, her downside is in the open, absolutely terrible. The fact that we saw ATH then use the Watson in the open effectively was really, really impressive. The fact that they were able to get that shield generator up behind like the only piece of cover that was left, and then use that to just fight in. They didn't have any cover. Any cover at all. They weren't using Gibby shields, they were just standing in the road shooting at people. And that shows some, not only it shows some great play from the Watson, but also shows the confidence that team had.
Yeah, and on top of it all as well, because I think Revenant as well as Emmanuel, they were struggling to face off against each other. They had to pop a really preemptively, I would say, dome before they forced the issue. The best play that Emmanuel as well as Revenant could have played was lobbing nades or out on towards ATH. But it was, like you said as well, the Watson out was already there. So it's technically impossible for them to actually zone them out because the Watson shield out is going to completely absorb everything from that play. So I would say it's a smart play, but at the same time, the only difference is they didn't have dope. That's the only reason why both Revenant and Revenant and who's it called again? Emmanuel kind of lost that match. They didn't have the domes down. They had to use it against each other. And when the circle forced it in, it's just free targets for the pickings. And I think there was a couple of attempts as well coming from Revenant. He went for a super glide. The moment he went for a super glide, immediately got beamed off from the map. And it was like, okay, that was a pretty good beam. I was like, okay, that's really nice.
Yeah, and I also want to mention that Emmanuel, they've been like a ninja in terms of placements. They're currently in 4th place. After this game, I reckon they're probably able to break into the top 3. Let's take a look at the standings though, just to see who was able to craft this victory and how effectively they were able to do so. ATH, of course, in that first place, 25 points. That is, I imagine, going to really elevate them. Bear in mind, they're currently in 13th. That's going to really, really help, actually. For DNZ, they may just be able to you let them usurp Emmanuel to take 4th place. But the main one I want to watch out for now is how EXO Clan, while they didn't do great, neither did Reignite. And for EXO Clan, I think that puts them now 1 point short of 1st place.
Yeah, this is gonna be a very, very tough spot for them as well. But still, it's not over yet, right? They've got 5 more maps to go. It's still very, very possible for them. But like I said as well, ATH right in the bottom, they were 13th place before. Now with this 25 points, they will immediately skyrocket into the middle of pack. So technically, you know, we were discussing whether or not is it possible for anyone below the top 10 to overcome and try to get into the top 4. ATH seems to be, you know, starting this off in a very, very possible manner. 5 more games to go, and that's all you need. Top 5 finishes for them, and they're in the top 4 for sure.
The jump they just made was from 13th to top 5. So that should really show you just how easy it is to really upset these standings. Now that we're sort of in the build up to game 2, I see we really want to see Reignite recover. We'll have to see if they can do just that though after this short break. We'll be back in about 2 minutes or so.
I'm trying to touch the States this time. 2021. Gotta show him I can still rap though. Now I'm in the game, I was on the bench. First I was renting, now I'm collecting rent. First it with the Beamer, now I want the Benz. Spending all the back like here I go again. Outside says chirp, now the camera phone. Told you I'ma keep the channels on. Why you acting different when the camera's on? Why you acting different like your paper long? 8 day wake up and I thank God. Bad decision got you wishing you could say nah. My city gritty, you could get hit any day now. On my mama, I'ma move my family way out. With some 20s, 50s, hundreds, thousands, millions, billions, trillions, zillions. I'm talking Amazon money, talking so much money I could mess around and buy Amazon. I been winning, I'm like, why me? I heard these labels wanna buy me. I don't need you, boo, I style me. I roll G's and they grind me. Now I'm on my game, nothing is the same. Who am I to blame? Money made me change. Cardi in my ring when I'm switching lanes. Money in the carry on them Boeing planes. Money in the carry on them Boeing planes. Now I got $1 for all those rainy days. Ain't have a day off in like 80 days. I got hustles in like 80 ways. Kids if he won't take a lazy day. Wifey on me told me take a break. I keep going to the paper straight. Then it's trips out to Montego Bay. If I take the job, bet I get it done. I said it before, I'm a 101. I just caught some ones, only wearing ones. Fornicate the funds, money made me calm. Diamonds on your neck, bet they on your neck. You want that watch, you better rock a tech. You want that chain, you better cop a vest. You want the check, but can you make it stretch? I'm trying to touch the States this time. 2021. Gotta show him I can still rap though. Now I'm in the game, I was on the bench. First I was renting, now I'm collecting rent. Run it up. First it with the Beamer, now I want the Benz. Spending all the back like here I go again. Outside says the chirp, now the camera phone. Told you I'ma keep the channels on. Why you acting different when the camera's on? Why you acting different like your paper long? 8 day wake up and I thank God. Bad decision got you wishing you could say nah. My city gritty, you could get hit any day now. On my mama, I'ma move my family way out. With some 20s, 50s, hundreds, thousands, millions, billions, trillions, zillions. I'm talking Amazon money, talking so much money I could mess around and buy Amazon. I been winning, I'm like, why me? I heard these labels wanna buy me. I don't need you, boo, I style me. I roll G's and they grind me. Now I'm on my game, nothing is the same. Who am I to blame? Money made me change. Cardi in my ring when I'm switching lanes. Money in the carry on them Boeing planes. Money in the carry on them Boeing planes. Now I got a buck for all those rainy days. Ain't have a day off in like 80 days. I got hustles in like 80 ways. Kids if he won't take a lazy day. Wifey want me, told me take a break. I keep going to the paper street.
Ready?
Landing's one of my specialities.
Okay. Hello. Welcome back to the Rise of Legion Apex Legends. We do apologize for the longer breaks. Unfortunately, the lobbies, while they have been fairly nice to us over the course of the tournament, of course, it's the final day where we start having a few issues. Hopefully, it should all be fixed, and hopefully we don't have too many disconnects, hence the delay. However, there's no further ado. Welcome to our Game 2. As we just saw Team Burger winning our first, Team ATH winning our first match, but Burger with a second place finish have been able to snipe that #1 spot in the overall rankings off of Reignite and EXO. Now it's going to be a matter of whether or not Team Burger can maintain this King of the Hill stance. I'm your caster Crabber3, I'm joined by the amazing Icy Baby, who has only just discovered that I'm not Canadian.
Yeah, I was a little bit surprised as well because you were telling me so much about being in Canada and stuff like that. I think during conversations while you guys were talking with Cribs, etc. So I thought you were Canadian, but all right. Seems like I am a little bit wrong. Apologies for that. But at the same time,
it's only the other side of the planet. Don't worry.
But at the same time, the circle is going to be a pretty balanced one for all the teams. Not super crazy yet. We're not going to be seeing a little bit more. But seems like there's not a lot of contestants. Well, EXO going to be playing on Fish Farm, nothing out of ordinary. But what's really surprising for me was that Revenant kind of shifted their usual drop spot from Shipfall just because it was a little bit too far off. So a little bit surprised that no one is in Antenna at all.
It means the first team that realizes this area is clear is going to have a whale of a time losing all of this as well. They're pretty much going to be uncontested, and they're going to have a huge power spike Thankfully, though, we don't have to worry about any early fights. We saw earlier that it was a really sort of chaotic first 2 zones, which is pretty uncharacteristic of the tournament thus far. However, now it's all quiet on at least the northern front for PROJECTXXX.
Yeah, and seeing how things are going as well on top left as well, PROJECTXXX, they are gonna get beamed from across. And Sick Warrior, they're retraining 1-for-1. He does have to have a no turbo charger available, so he is gonna lose the first pick advantage if he doesn't have those turbo chargers. Hopefully he's gonna be a-okay, as he's gonna make a run for it. Well, Bomber Boy is gonna be contesting. Great knocks coming in. Seems like the Indian teams are gonna go ham on each other as of now. And this is gonna be difficult. It seems like it is not gonna be an easy fight for them at all. Charles the Clock's gonna be dropping very low as well. Here comes the beam from Iki Blue. Bomber Boy's going for the trade-off as well. And no, they are gonna lose a 1-for-1 as of yet. And this is a difficult situation to kind of gauge as of yet. And just going ham in all these 1v1 fights from the get-go here, Kremer. And seems like Bomber Boys will be the ones to lose out of this fight.
Taken down by PROJECTXXX, who are going to have no trouble bringing their Gibby back online. Really strong opening for them. And as we've been seeing, it's usually our Indian teams that have a lot of trouble in these first couple of rings. Now that one of them's been able to potentially merge with the other, you could say, let's see if Project X have a pretty good run in this map.
Yeah, it definitely seems to be the case as well. But of course, PROJECTXXX, even though they are technically, well, mathematically out in the running, I guess, if you put it that way. No, actually, they're not. They're 18 points, but I don't know. Can they pull the miracle run? That's going to be my question. But what I do know, Northside Esports is a team that does stand a pretty decent chance. They are currently in 9th place with 46 points. And currently, it seems like they are going to be looking to rotate in the next phase of the zone. They've got a pretty decent amount of loots for now, but they haven't found a good spot for this next red spot. They're trying to clear off the Prowler nest first before taking advantage of that height. But still, they are going to be succumbed by every single angle if they do not have enough defense. But as soon as I say it, you can see there are a lot of long-range types already trying to push them off and burn out those utilities from them.
You're right, and as DreamFire looks to go a little bit aggressive here. DreamFire, we saw earlier, were a very aggressive team. So this playstyle actually does favour them a little bit here. Looks like they found a sweet spot just to avoid that Gibby ult, but now they look to follow it up. Now they look to push some of these teams. Who is going to be on the receiving end? It looks like it's going to be at Esports Club, who have the high ground here, which is going to provide them a huge advantage.
This is a kind of crazy push as well. And Esports, they do scout out one of the stranded GBs as of yet. Looks like they have to go for the beam. As you can see, whoever is that is got to make a run for it. As and Esports, they are going to go for the force fight. But however, they are going to be third party from afar. Seems like they are going to back up and reset and regroup because they are in no position to fight this at all. Not exactly a good spot to be in. So that is going to be the GB surviving to live to tell another day. Coming in from whoever is that, but well, however, his teammates is not gonna be having a good time. Seems like DreamFire will lose Pipe in the process. But here comes the snipes coming in. You do see the shots are already gonna hit as well. It does get a crack. Oh, that's gonna be one shot as well. Down low. Looking for the final tap, but and the Esports seems like they will disengage from this fight.
Well, they see a team flying in as well. It's another team now joining the fray. And Esports, the action isn't done with them yet. Luckily, this team that dropped, I think, may have gone to the low ground. No, they haven't. It's team Revenant here, actually. It's Revenant who are down to just one player left.
Oh no, Revenant. Feels bad for them getting third party across the map. Dewa United Esports as well going to be in the fray. As they are going to try and make a run for it. The turrets are coming in, but Dewa United Esports, they don't want to be anywhere near, considering that they've one member down. So they are going to try and bail and rotate from the south side of this next phase of Circle. Circle will be closing very soon, but there's just a lot of pickoffs coming in from all these fights. But Dewa United Esports, they were the ones to actually take them out rather early, especially for Revenant. So considering that they've got a pretty okay spot to actually respawn themselves, so they are going to be able to get the 3-man up very soon. Reignite, however, playing it safe on the southwest corner of the zone.
You're right now, and as we see a lot of damage being outputted here from Reignite. Bear in mind, they're in a really strong position to push this team. We've seen Reignite, when they go aggressive, they usually have such a high time to kill that teams, or such a low time to kill even, that teams don't really get a chance to third party them.
Yeah, going for, like, that's the thing, right? Whenever Reignite goes in, they do have the tendency to actually like gauge a situation really, really well. They get one knock, they manage to punish the 2v1 engagement trade-offs, and the moment they get a knock, they know they've got the numbers advantage. They're not afraid to go in for this A. But what surprises me right now is that they do have a little bit of shift of a approach when it comes to their composition, because I was expecting Jen Burden to play a GB composition, but this time he's playing the Valk instead. So seems like there has been discussion made in between the maps and Reignite. For them to make this call seems to be a little bit... I might be wrong. Maybe Jen Burden was playing Valk previously, but I don't remember him playing this. I remember it was either Sharky or Zero playing it in the previous game.
You're right, and for the members of Reignite, let's see if there's a world where they can hold this. Better still, they're in a really good position in relation to the zone here. They are going to be forced into taking a fight with the likes of SNG. However, I won't lie, even in fighting SNG, that third-party potential is always going to be there, particularly from Dewa. And the other team to watch out for is, look how far out the zone EXO are here. They're going to have to burn that Valkyrie if they want to get back in time.
Yeah, seeing how the situation is, the zone, they is going to shift as of yet. Where is it going to be? Seems like it is going to be shifting towards the southern corner of this vicinity. So earlier today, we did see, I think it was Revenant in the vicinity, and they kind of gave it up a little bit. So I don't know. It seems like open fields all the way through. There's a lot of sniping that's going to be happening as well. So I think we are going to see a little bit more adaptations. NXL going for the Bangalore as well as the GB Valk. So they are going to try and take cover using those smokes. And we did see a little bit more of a trend coming in and over the games as well. Digital threats is going to be very, very crucial against a Bangalore comp.
You're right. And now with a difficult position from the members of Esports, what do they, where do they go? Because while they do have a sort of hill here to sit atop of, they're still in a position where there's no cover whatsoever, and it will only be a matter of time before they end up getting almost swarmed by just utility from Gibbies, from Valkyries, maybe even from Caustics.
I think it's actually not bad, considering that they've got the high ground. The only way that pretty much pushes them is anyone from the downside with that zipline and the one behind them under the tunnel. But aside from those two spots, I don't think there's a lot of teams that can actually force a push against them unless they are pushing from the northern section, which is also very risky. And I highly doubt they will try and contest this, considering that there's just more room to work with in the north side. So I think they're in a pretty okay spot. But the question is, if the circle shifts out, then like you said as well, it is not a good spot, because for them to rotate out of that spot, not the easiest thing to do. It's great for anchoring, but rotating, absolutely terrible.
You're right, and they were actually taking up. That's taking so much damage to this zone here, I see. Dude, surely they don't die.
Yeah, I think they're going to be fine. Technically, they're going to be okay. They've still got heat shields. They've got a lot of heals. But the issue for coming from Dewa United is that they took the long approach, right? They had to res earlier teammates earlier today, considering that they took down Revenant rather early. They couldn't get... They actually got thirsted as well. I think Dewa United was actually on the hunt. I feel like Revenant, they might be the one to fall, considering that I think Lahim was the only one to survive. He managed to rest Maxis as well as Balcon, and Maxis and Balcon was just rest off. So they technically don't have enough utilities to survive this. And Lahim, he was down to his final syringe. Can he make it? Yes, he will, but still, oh, not a good sign for Revenant for now, for this game especially.
Not at all. Not at all. And for Icy, look at the positioning of Revenant as well. They're about to appear off the crest of this hill. They're about to get absolutely stomped if they're not careful.
Yeah, I think recently Reignite was in this position, so their next engagement is gotta be Reignite. But seems as soon as I say it, they do hear footsteps. Not exactly sure who is gonna be gatekeeping them, but you can see the Valk outs are coming in. They are gonna force the Valk out as well. But look at this, Lahim's so low. Balcon is gonna be a-okay. They are gonna try and bail out a sticky situation. So as soon as they run, but you can see the charge rifles are coming in. SNG, they're looking to beam them out of smithereens. Lahim down towards 30 health. Can they survive? One red bullet is all it takes, but seems like they are going to be fine. But aside from that, not a good way for Revenant for now. Hopefully they will survive, but it is going to be a big struggle for them.
It really is, particularly now that we're moving into these sort of third rings, where it's sort of the third ring onwards, we start seeing this huge war of attrition that sort of happens between these teams. The fact that we're not even there yet is surprising. And for the members of SNG, who do they look to focus? Who do they look to push? Because remember, kill points are crucial here.
Yeah, and the team is currently on towards the Prowler's Nest, is gonna make way towards the crate itself, and Circle is gonna be closing in. Our Reignite gonna be in the middle of it all. They've got a pretty decent red spot, but still very, very open coming from Reignite. If the Circle shifts to them, they are gonna be in some pain on the top left of the screen as well. We do see a car being bamboozled. Oh no, getting caught up with the Watson fans, and Dewa United Esports, they caught somebody, but did they get the knock? It seems like they did. Get a couple of shots in, but Dewa United, wait, this is not Dewa United. Oh, wait a minute. It is them. Wait, hold on. DNZ is the one that actually catches them, I think. I'm confused.
Yeah, I think it was DNZ. Yeah, I think it was DNZ. But going through this position, having to go over this wall to try and get into the next zone is prime grounds to be ambushed. And you look at this, their opponents is stacked up. They know that an ambush here would be perfect. It's EXO on the other side of this fence, just hungry for a fight now.
Yeah, going for those kind of pixel shots coming in. They do scout out this Watson fence coming in from DNZ, but at the same time, you know, EXO's gotta count their lucky stars, right? Getting caught by the Watson fence in the car, especially in Storm Point. Who would expect that? That was crazy. That was just insane plays coming in. But oh, the Oxa set up onto his GB Dome. They're looking for the bench, but no, he almost got it for stock, but they get the knock. Oh no, who did they knock? Did they knock the block? Yes, they did knock the block. They're coming back to down, and they are gonna crumble DNC. They're gonna go for the free knock. EXO Clan also looking for a fight into this situation, but DNZ, they are gonna farm KPs after KPs. That is gonna be Team Golden getting taken out of that fight. What a catch from DNZ.
What a catch from, I believe it was Joker, who just lit up that Valkyrie as they were taking it off. Really, really strong round from them now. And you look over to the rest of the map, because that was such a quick kill from DNZ, no one's been able to punish it. No one's been able to third party. Everyone just died instantly.
Yeah, seems like DNZ is gonna be very happy. They reap the rewards of whoever's dead, but at the same time, we do see a little bit of a long tussle skirmish. EXO Clan still laying low on the other side of the map, so they are gonna be EXO is gonna be gatekeeping the west side of the gate, while DNZ on the east side gate. So there is gonna be a long range fights. But the circle now, it's a little bit difficult to actually gauge, right? They are in a very, very strategic spot for gatekeeping, especially from the west and east gate. But if the circle shifts up north, everybody's going to be running down towards the bunker. And that's a lot of open fields towards the Prowler's Nest. There's not a lot of way to run away through. The Valkyrie outs is not going to help them as well. X10 now going to go for the GB Dome. They are going to try and force rest this situation. And seems like X10, they're still trying to make way to the next phase of the zone. They've got heals in this vicinity. And they got to get out from the north.
You're right. And for Esports, this is going to be a bit of an exodus here, but they have found some high ground, which is just shy of the zone. Potentially something they can use to exploit any teams in their rotation. Topic of rotation now, look from above. Look how low Revenant is as well. They can really be caught out now if they're plucked from the sky.
Oh no, they just don't have enough heals. And that's the downside of tanking zone, right? And considering that they had to tank zone and play respawn, they're playing for placement points as of now. If they're lucky, they're gonna be able to get some people. But as soon as they say that Belcould gets picked up from Dewa United Esports, so they are in some trouble. Oh, seems like Team 3 is going to be eliminated. That's going to be Revenant out of the equation for the 15th place. Meanwhile, on the southwest side as well, Dewa United, it seems like they are going to try and go in for the thirst as well as they go in for the fight. Here comes the finish, and that is going to be Team 5 out of the equation. Rocky gets taken now. And while this is happening, Reignite as well, I think from the north side is going to look for the thirst as well. And like I said as well, the circle shifts towards the north. Everybody's going to go out of the Prowler's Den. This is a very, very, very annoying situation to be in for every single team right now.
You're right, and what's interesting for Dewa now is they've actually got themselves into a really strong position without really meaning to. They're going to have to find a way to head up this hill and or hold the gate in front of them. Either or, going through it is going to be like running a gauntlet. They're going to have a seriously hard time defending it. And now for the rest of Dewa here, I love the use to go for the high ground. There's the grab. Well, shield doesn't quite get deployed there. Really nice reaction from EXO Clan. Remember, they're already a player down. They need to be able to get point blank here. There's the trade. Down to the 1-2. Dexter needs to follow it up. It's a really strong round from Dexter now. In for the 1 versus 3. Dexter point blank. Good for another shotgun shot. It's another one, but he's just overwhelmed there. As Dewa shut him down, but at the cost of losing one of their players, it's going to take a big commitment of utility here just to re-heal and re-prepare. Bear in mind, they're still not in the next zone.
Yep, 20 seconds left. Coming from Dewa United, they were able to wrap up EXO rather quickly. With 20 seconds to reset and loot up, they're going to be A-okay. However, for them to push into the next phase zone, look at this. Reignite taking so much portion of the next phase of the zone. X10 going to be on the north side and on the northeast. Reignite, if they hold out against Dewa United, they've got the perfect position to go for a top 5 finish for now. Meanwhile, the rest of the teams, they are going to be skirmishing from the south side. You can see DNZ, they're still stuck in towards the Prowlers. Then they're looking to wrap up this fight inside, but can they even get out? They've got a really cheeky red spot behind them if they want to tank for next phase zone, but I don't think the well out is going to be enough to get them out of the zone for the later phase. So I don't know. Is it going to be possible? It comes down to whether or not Northside Esports puts pressure to them, because both teams, they need to get out of this spot right now. And watching for them, this side of the zone, this exact same spot that Saiyajin was, is actually inside the zone.
Right, and for a second, we're going to have to hesitate for the time being, because DNZ, they are just about getting caught out. DNZ, they just get overwhelmed here. Big misplay and positioning there, and they just get wiped by Northside. Really strong reaction, really strong punish onto DNZ. They healed him so quickly that actually re-healing isn't going to require much here. The one thing I am interested in is the fact that Nuku drops the G7 Scout, realizing that everything now is going to be a point-blank engagement. Instead, looks to switch to the car R301 combo. Personally, my favorite, because it has such good mid-range melt onto a lot of these teams now. Mastiff in the hands of Dewa, looking for a more shotgun-esque approach here. Remember, they are slap bang in the middle of the zone. They are in the perfect position right now. It's down to every other team to push into them.
Exactly, but they were united in the middle of it all. Reignite kind of taking a little bit chill pill as well. We didn't see too much. Team Burger also playing the safe approach from the north side. But the question remains, north side esports is in a red spot on the south side. Can the Valk out actually overtake the mountain to get into this next phase zone, where it is going to be a lot of heavy suppressive fires, especially coming from the north side? Team Burger, they're trying to make way and clear out the north teams as well as try to push in the zone, but they have to make a decision quick. 20 seconds left. They've got to make the push now very quickly, because things are going to get down in the north.
They are. I like how we're also seeing teams start to switch out their snipers, bring out the bring out pretty much any form of rifle, flatlines, R301s, R99s, cars. Nothing is going to be equipped for long range now. It's going to be a point-blank battle. And with 6 squads left, 17 players, this zone ain't big enough for the both of us, and I think that's going to be felt unanimously from every team left here. X10 Crit eliminated, go for the placements there, plucked out the skies is Kizzy, and now the ring pushes everyone closer. The exoduses have to be made. The low ground hiding under the waterfall.
No way.
Great position from SNG here.
No way, they managed to come in, but Northside Esports, they managed to valve out into this zone. They managed to stick by, but guess what? They're going to be fighting with another team as well. Who's in front of them? It seems like it is going to be Dewa United in front of them, but they are in the crosshairs of both teams. Dewa United and looking to pick a fight. And Northside Esports, they dropped in between everyone else, and they are going to be one of the problem causes for the team, because Esports will be able to wipe both Dewa United as well as them. Now down towards the final 3 teams, SNG and Esports, as well as a Burger Esports in front of the Burger Esports. They are going to get completely beamed apart. The GB outs are going to completely take them apart, as Esports in a prime position to potentially take this, Kremer.
It would be apt if Burger would be able to take a first place finish. It's been eluding them all tournaments, but they've still been placing so well thanks to their kind of second place, third place finishes, but they've just never been able to take the crown, and now will be that bid for the crown. Burger and out, both the 3 players left. There is a lone player now who's just playing for placements. However, because of the positioning, neither team can worry about that. Their focus has to be on these players. Remember, Ants have the higher ground. They have the advantage. Burger, they need to find a way to mitigate that. And right now, that's going to prove to be so damn difficult. The stray shots landing over to Wilksy as well is going to continue to make sure he can't peek out. I think he's out of meds as well. So he is just going to have to hide and wait. He's just going to have to hide. Now the attack comes in between Burger and Ants, and they've left the lone player. They've left the sole survivor. And now for Ants, what can they hope to do to defend? Arcstar's get the point. Beautiful hit with the Arcstar there. Tries to follow it up onto the Valk. There's the burst. There's no follow-up yet, though. Shield's going to be deployed. There's the flank pushing from Ant now, trying to really try and punish that Arcstar usage. However, there's no follow-up. There he goes. Team Burger, they're eliminated in 3rd place now. Ant, what can they do? Still in the pilot seat. SNG, low HP on the low grounds, still being hit from above here. Holiday, huge bursts from that flat line, continuing to output the damage here.
Oh, Shady, he's in the wrong spot. He's all by himself, but he manages to pop the bread. And because of this, Jalun is going to be all by himself. Here comes the B. Draw misses his angle. He's going to go for the RF angle to actually go in for the sides as well. And Esports, they manage to get 2 knocks. And just like that, they clean them out. And that's going to be Esports getting their 2nd champion here in the grand finals. First from yesterday and 2nd today right now. That's going to put them in a pretty good spot to go into the top 5. And, whoo-wee. Seems like the teams are fighting really hard to go in for the top 4, and currently, Esports will be the next champion for this game, the 2nd champion in this entire tournament, being the only 2 teams so far alongside Reignite to be able to do so today and yesterday. Whew, Kremer, that was a pretty intense one.
It was. It feels to me like, for particularly like Savant, they've got better and better as this tournament goes on. Their first 4 games, let's be honest, were absolutely terrible. Game 5's a victory. Game 6, good placement. Game 7 now, they go ahead and they get another strong placement. Really strong wake up from Ant now, and that's going to bring them, I imagine, towards the sort of kind of 6th or 7th place. And this is a jump, bear in mind, from 12th. Really good game from them. Burger as well, I think, with the 3rd place finish, they are going to be holding on to that rank 1 spot because everyone else is still a little bit shy from being able to usurp them just yet. What matters now is the kills Reignite and EXO Clan were able to get before they were eliminated.
Yeah, I think like Burger is one of those few teams that arguably one of the most consistent teams, right? They've been top 5 finishes almost every single game. Only 1 game so far they didn't exactly make it as top 3, which is yesterday's map 6, which is they finished in 8th place. Still a little bit of a points coming from them. So Burger is in a comfortable position. However, Reignite today's is not looking too good. First game, they bowed out 15. Just now, they were kind of in a very okay situation, but I'm not exactly sure how much KP they have. But of course, in case you guys are tuning in, these are going to be some of the highlights from game map 2. It's map 7. It's maps 8 itself. Remember.
You're right, and let's be honest, there were a lot of highlights here. There was no particular play of the game. Actually, no, there was. That Valkyrie taking off and then being absolutely murked by one magazine from R301. I think we're going to see it here from Joker. Look at that. Good God.
Yeah, actually beaming on the Valkyrie completely denied them any retreat formations as well coming from them. So it's just very annoying to work with. But I feel like one of the biggest bamboozle in this game was that the circle, no one kind of knew what they need to do, right? Like survey beacons are very lacking in storm points, so getting those informations was very difficult. Whether or not do they want to stay in the Prowler's Nest or do they want to get out? And teams, like I think Northside Esports was able to take advantage of the red spot down south, but the problem is, as soon as they Valk out, they have to ape on someone, and the place that they dropped in was in the crosshairs of both Esports as well as Dewa Esports. So that's just a little bit of a downside for them. And eventually we came down to the stage where it came down to the final 3, which is going to be Esports, Burger Esports, as well as, I think, Dewa United? Yeah, in front of the... no, sorry, it was SNG in the final moment. So this were the final 3 teams. It came down to 2v2, and Esports just had the better decision-making in that degree.
I'm very surprised that Burger were able to survive for so long, considering they had no shields and no meds. Like, without anything. I think the final member of Burger made it from, I think, top 6 to top 3, which is really impressive when you consider how small the zones actually are.
Yeah, it was just so difficult to actually She played at Circle as well. I like how Vilsi was trying to actually go in for the rat all the way through, and he was able to try his way through. Vilsi, he tried his best to get a couple KPs here and there, but there was only so much you can do. You can see the game sense coming from SMG, right? They were making sure that they want to finish off this rat and focus the team in the front. As soon as they did that, they go in for the reposition, but what they weren't expecting was that I think one mistake coming in from Shady was that he actually rotated out and got beamed across. And as soon as that actually happened, that gave and Esports the advantage to just jump the gun. So well done coming from them. And yeah, it was a difficult circle to play. So I wouldn't be surprised that none of the top teams actually made it that far. But except for Booker, of course, most consistent team, Kramer.
Yeah, let's take a look at the scoreboard. Let's see just how each team were able to get their points here. Now, the kills are really what I'm keeping an eye on here. And the topic of kills, Dewa, that was a huge game on their part. 19 points, that's going to bring him from 13th to well within the top 10 now. In fact, I'm interested by the fact that a lot of these teams didn't actually do very well when it comes to kills. It was all Ant and Dewa here. In terms of placements now, with Ant getting that first place point, I think they are they're scraping top 5. And Team Burger getting that 4th place finish means that they are going to be holding that rank 1 spot. You take a look at Reignite, only 3 points. Same for EXO Clan. Our top teams are actually struggling a little bit here.
Yeah, it seems like this is going to be anyone's game by the end of today, as the gap is slowly closing very, very shortly here. We're down towards the final 4 maps coming in. And they need to score some points eventually. And currently, it's just so difficult because everyone in the middle pack has got the wake-up call from yesterday's game. And today, they're popping off really, really big. A game from Ant, a game from ATH. It seems like the A team are back in action and looking for to contest the top 4 position. And I don't know, it's so difficult to decide who's going to be number 1. But as of now, the only team that is kind of comfortable and doing okay is Team Burger. And even then, this game, they've only got 9 points despite finishing in top 3.
You're right. And now as you look at some of the teams that sit in the middle of the pack, like Emmanuel, for instance, like NXL, who aren't quite in the top, are sort of just in the top 5, but are consistently placing within the top 10 in games, and they're consistently killing as well. I actually think they may turn into some of the dark horses here. I'm still sticking to my prediction of EXO winning this, bearing in mind that the difference between rank 1 and rank 3 at the moment is about 4 points. So there's still lots of room to move, and I guarantee you that this scoreboard is going to shift constantly throughout as today evolves.
Yeah, it's that's the thing, right? It's so unpredictable. It's just so difficult to predict who is going to be a better team. You know, textbook wise, Reignite has the better stats, etc. But this game's they have been struggling. It's just blood buffs after blood buffs, and who could blame them? They really play their best. But still, it's not over yet. 4 more games to go, and I'm looking forward to see how the scores are going to be shifting very, very shortly. But that's pretty much 2 games done in day 2 in the grand finals. 4 more to go. You know, better make some noise in the comments. You know, tell us who you guys think is going to take the number 1 spot by the end of today, because there's just so much unexpected things. There's just so much surprises that kind of dropped on us today itself, and I was expecting the top teams to be burned off rather early, Kramer, but before that, we are going to be taking a short break, and right after this break, we will bring you guys map number 9 of the Grand Finals here for the Rise of Legion South APAC Grand Finals. See you guys right after this break.
I'm trying to touch the States this time. 2021. Gotta show him I can still rap though. Now I'm in the game, I was on the bench. First I was renting, now I'm collecting rent. Run it up. First it with the Beamer, now I want the Benz. Spending all the back like here I go again. Outside says the chirp, now the camera phone. Told you I'ma keep the channels on. Why you acting different when the camera's on? Why you acting different like your paper long? 8 day wake up and I thank God. Bad decision got you wishing you could say nah. My city gritty, you could get hit any day now. On my mama, I'ma move my family way out. With some 20s, 50s, hundreds, thousands, millions, billions, trillions, zillions. I'm talking Amazon money, talking so much money I could mess around and buy Amazon. I been winning, I'm like, why me? I heard these labels wanna buy me. I don't need you, boo, I style me. I roll G's and they grind me. Now I'm on my game, nothing is the same. Who am I to blame? Money made me change. Cardi in my ring when I'm switching lanes. Money in the carry on them Boeing planes. Money in the carry on them Boeing planes. Now I got a buck for all those rainy days. Ain't have a day off in like 80 days. I got hustles in like 80 ways. Kids if he won't take a lazy day. Wifey on me told me take a break. I keep going to the paper street. Then it's trips out to Montego Bay. If I take the job, bet I get it done. I said it before, I'm a 101. I just caught some ones, only wearing ones. Fornicate the funds, money made me calm. Diamonds on your neck, bet they on your neck. You want that watch, you better rock a tech. You want that chain, you better cop a vest. You want the check, but can you make it stretch?
Welcome back to the Rise of Legion Apex Legends. We just saw a hell of a game in which I believe it was Ants who were able to take that first place finish, which elevated them to 10th in the overall standings. Burger, with that third place finish, were able to keep their position in rank 1, now extending that lead between them and Reignite by 9 points. However, as Reignite have showed us, 9 points is very little in the grand scheme of things, especially when they look to maraud and kill their way to this third place. No one can challenge you at the top if everyone else is dead. We'll have to see if that'll turn out to be the case in our third game, which I can't talk you through alone. I'm Newcastle Crema 3. I'm joined by the amazing Icy Baby 1-2. How are you looking forward to this third map? And more importantly, what team are you looking to really explode into this final day of the finals?
I honestly, I feel like ATH is somebody I want to look out for as well, because they started things out with a really cool game. The Crypto Watson was just something that really popped off in my mind. I'm looking forward to see whether or not can they do it again, because this is gonna be Wolves Edge Watson. This is a map that they are comfortable. Storm Point, Watson, sorry, no teams are doing well except for Burger Esports, who's currently the most consistent team. But without further ado, we are gonna be jumping straight in towards the game of game 9 for the APAC Grand Finals as of now, because ladies and gentlemen, this is gonna be the flight path, and this is Wolves Edge for you guys.
So the highlight is at the start of the month, ATH actually disbanded and the team left. They now play under the August name, and this is the best name I've heard in quite a while in esports. They're playing under the team name Lightning Unicorn.
I don't know what to say about that, man. Sometimes, unicorns are mystical, sometimes they are just a myth, so I don't know which one is which. Are we gonna see a mystical team, or are we gonna see a mythless team? That's gonna be my take. But what I do know now is the flight path seems to be pretty decent for all the teams. Nothing super crazy yet. I'm looking forward to see how the zone is gonna happen. But as of now, we do see a little bit of adaptation skirmishes down the bottom right. Lava City seems like DNZ is gonna be being contested for now.
You're right, and with Lava City being a hot point for contention, it's actually a really strong position as well. Same for Fragment. Looking at the first zone, these initial gunfights are going to be so important.
Yeah, and Fragment West and Fragment East is the loots are pretty saturated, but it's decent enough to get you through the next few skirmishes. But if they get lucky, they get like the 2x, they get their 3x, etc. But if they're not lucky, they are going to be very lacking in terms of loots itself. So I feel like we haven't seen enough Fragment West versus Fragment East, considering that they don't really dodge each other. But if they do not have enough loots, they might contest a marketplace where the crafting station is going to be there for batteries or maybe even a potential wingman. So that's going to be the play to make. But I feel like if this circle shifts to Epicenter, being on top of Epicenter is going to be one of the best places to be in if you are going for those kind of long-range skirmishes.
You're right, and I'm interested in how DreamFire are going to hold this choke point moving into Fragment West, especially on this sort of western side of the zone, because the likes of X10 are going to have a really difficult time rotating without being caught off by one of the teams.
It's tough. It's all about playing it safe for now, right? It's all about just, getting by and scraping by. And so far, the only team who kind of demonstrated that was Burger Esports. Placing top 5 consistently, not getting champion. They've got pretty decent amount of kill volumes, but they are able to maintain their spot. That's why they're 80 points. But I gotta hold that conversation for another point, because right now, PROJECTXXX, once again, they're gonna start things off. And this time, DNZ, they will get the one up on towards them. And Sick Warrior is gonna be taken out from the equation right now.
I love how DNZ are actually committing to going for these thirst kills as well. It means that they're able to get their points up, and then they're able to continue the fight without the threat of there being another player to worry about. The fact they were able to isolate one of these players in this building and then just punish them is absolutely incredible. And now, as they push in, there's going to be another quick kill off the back of that really strong opening from them now. And unfortunately for this remaining team, PROJECTXXX, they're going to be one of our first, and I think the first casualty of this war.
Yo, this is got to be the luckiest opening that DNZ can ask for, right? Joker's got a turbocharger with a devotion. The only thing he's missing is that energy extended mag.
and of course ammunition, of course, but still one of the strongest weapons in the game if you get the full complete setup. And by Circle 1, for him to find a Devotion and a turbocharger, you gotta be the luckiest man alive, bro.
Do you know what a turbocharger does?
Well, a turbocharger reduces the cock up time of the gun.
In real life, do you know what a turbocharger does?
What? In real life, what does a turbocharger do?
It increases the air pressure inside the engine, and that causes it to run faster. It gives you a higher RPM. So actually, the fact it works on the Devotion is pretty cool, because that clearly means it's probably, at least from what I've seen, either increasing the heat inside the chamber, which allows it to cycle faster, or it increases the pressure inside the chamber, causing it to cycle faster. So, cool naming on Apex's part there. I do like that. Well done, EA.
How the hell do you know this stuff?
How do you... If I knew how I knew everything I knew, I'd only be able to know half as much.
Fair enough. Sometimes I wonder I don't know, you're built different, man. You just know shit. And I'm like, how do you know things about like turbocharger in the car? Are you like a car fan or something like that?
Yeah, I like cars. Cars are fun.
All right.
I don't like fast cars though. I like really bad cars that are like just they're called sleepers, which are really bad cars with very cool engines. So you have these like little Ford KAs which can take over a Lamborghini or something like that.
How about this?
Really
If you weren't a caster full time right now, would you be a mechanic?
No, I'd probably actually maybe.
Okay. Okay.
Either that, or I've probably blown my hands off trying to do something funny with fireworks. Like,
Oh yeah, you do have your wild experiments on your backyard. Yeah, you did talk about that as well.
it's all for science. I see. It's all for science.
Yeah. So instead of a mechanic, you would be a scientist then.
I would love to work in pyrotechnics. That would be amazing. You know when like stages where all the fireworks go off? I'd love to be the guy who arranges that.
How about you being the next gen engineer for the Legion laptop? How's that?
I would love. I don't think I'm smart enough to do that, to be honest. Those guys are really fucking clever.
All right, fair enough. But it seems like there are going to be skirmishes down towards the tunnels as well. Vault tunnel is going to be out for grabs as well. Gazer, the north section as well. We are going to be seeing a little bit of gatekeep between HAIWAAN Gaming. Not exactly sure what's happening here because we do see a little bit more gatekeep for the guys at the bottom of the pack. Seems like there is going to be Emmanuel that is going to be gatekeep for now. Emmanuel, they've got another exit strategy, but do they want to farm those KPs? Because as of now, I don't think they realize who these guys are. We've got a Bowcheck and Warlord right now.
How does he aim? How does he aim with his fist in his face? But he's actually able to land the shot anyway. And I actually really like the bows, I see. I think they underestimated the amount of damage that can be done from them. On the topic of pushing, though, HAIWAAN needs to be very careful. One of our few Indian teams actually left now, and they're being swarmed instantly. The Gimp goes down, and they just collapse. The Bloodhound also removed. HAIWAAN, they get wiped.
That's gotta be the fastest cleanup for today. I did not expect that at all. However, as soon as I say that, we do see Revenant taking a jab onto his EXO Clan as well. They do manage to get a knock in. So that means that is gonna be EXO Clan having one man down potentially, but Revenant, are they going to get the Thirst? Yes, they are. That's going to be a free KP in the hands of Revenant Esports as they look to Thirst a little bit more. But it seems like the circle on top of the mini map is not going to be heading towards the epicenter. Instead, going to be shoved down towards Fragment as well. So we are going to be expecting that urban warfare coming soon, very, very soon. Like I said as well, it is going to be a battle between CRYPTIX as well as the Watson games. And I don't know. Are we going to see a lot of CRYPTIX zoning? It might happen. It might be happening as well. But before that happens, we are going to be seeing so much sniping happening for now.
This high ground from Revenant as well is going to be really, really vital. They are taking a few pot shots, but luckily, thanks to having the high ground, outmaneuvering, getting into cover is going to be very easy. However, they're not alone. Another team dropping to the top of this mountain now. And you look at this zone, all of these teams have coalesced to the sort of southeastern point of this map. Especially now that we know where the second zone is going to be.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one as well. Everyone is going to be making into the urban warfare. We do see Dewa United already in the middle of it all. Bottom side, Revenant Esports is going to be lurking around the outskirts. We do see North side Esports as well going to be in a...
own little fight down towards the outside of the tunnels of Gazer. So that spot is going to be a little bit of a rough spot as well, considering that DreamFire, they're forcing the repick as well. They've got the gold back. They managed to stick through. PROJECTXXX going to be able to get out of it despite the GP outs. But as soon as I say that, you can see all these types across the map. And they have to look for those red spots. And it seems like they are going to be okay for now, especially for DreamFire. But they have to play this safe. They don't have a lot of utilities for now.
I'm actually surprised, considering the lack of utility they have. I'm very surprised they're still fighting. And it looks like DreamFire aren't going to be kind of scared or challenged by anyone who wants to take an engagement with them. I also like how they're camping this respawn beacon to make sure any of these teams in a 4v5 have no chance to get back into this game.
Yeah, that's going to be the situation for them as well. But I feel like it's more like they need to figure out what's the next game plan, right? They can't take long-range fights. They can't really take near-range fights as well. They don't have the utilities to actually contest. Their armors are pretty bad. X10, however, on the other hand, they've got 2 gold armor, so that's going to give them a little bit more value when it comes to efficiency of using those mats. And that's going to put them in a pretty okay spot for now. But the spear looks like I said, the low bar heirloom. Yeah. That's I don't know. You hate it, but I think it's pretty cool.
No, it's not cool, I see. The second you stab someone, they're going to go, huh, and they're going to move a little bit, because you do move when you get stabbed, and that's going to break. It's a stick with a pointy end. That's going to break.
What if it's made of vibranium?
That won't matter, because it'll break at the base. It'll break where the metal connects to the wood. Because you've made it so thin that it will just snap.
What if it's the entire thing is made of wooden vibranium, man?
Wooden vibranium isn't a thing.
I don't know. It's
Also,
just,
if it was made of wooden metal, shouldn't it be really heavy? And then you're better off using it as a club instead.
Maybe. But what I do see right now is that they're getting third party. That's what I know right now. Northside Esports gonna go for a couple shots here and there. Not connecting the dot for Saiyajin, unfortunately to say. It's a little bit tough. I think Longbow would be really nice instead of Sentinel, but at the same time, you gotta make do with whatever you have, man. Look at this. Northside Esports, they don't have armors, but you can see on the bottom left of the HUD as well, Emilia and Nuku just dropping the armors because they heard the crypto drone. They want to save up those shield cells, and I'm not surprised. Emilia's only got 4 shield cells. They don't want to get EMP. They really don't want that. That's just...
Yeah.
That's just sad. That's just sad.
I want to highlight EXO have already lost a player as well. It's very uncharacteristic for this team to struggle so much in our early game. And now with this charge rifle, how do they actually get out? They're going to be able to respawn Dexter, but look at the damage that's going to be coming from the mountaintops. The high ground they don't have is going to be so difficult to both hold and more importantly heal through now that they're stuck in this zone.
I think now the issue is that they just need a good beam, and all they gotta do is just Valk out of there, right? They still have Ziki, they still got Dexter to actually rotate in, but I just feel bad for Dexter a little bit because he needs some sort of guns and loot to actually survive this. It is only the second circle, it's not gonna hurt that too much, but looks like they are gonna take the alternative approach. They are gonna travel through the tunnels. It is gonna be the shorter rotation for the later phases of the circle, but like we said as well, we did see a lot of skirmishes coming from that side. So there is going to be a lot of congestion later on if EXO doesn't find the opportunity to leak in. Team Burger, on the other hand, they did a fantastic job gatekeeping their way through. And guess what? They managed to thirst the team that was gatekeeping EXO. And oh no, you hate to see it. You hate to see moments like this. Ah, feels bad.
It really does. It really does. And bear in mind as well, they were one of the teams that had the potential of kind of upsetting and breaking into the top 5. So I want to see how they recover, frankly. On top of Burger, another team that we really have to keep our eye on. They have really woken up today. And in our first and our opening 2 games, they have looked immortal. What do they now do? Pressed up against the zone. They're looking to maybe even challenge EXO Clan here.
Yeah. And speaking of the fight as well, I just feel bad for Dexter, man. It seems like he's just not having a good time. His teams as well is gonna be out of loots, and it seems like EXO, they have no choice but to force the fight, wrap it out, or just die miserably to the zone, because I don't think they have loots right now. Look at this, they're not even healing up. They don't have the loots, and it looks like they are gonna force the issue of DNZ. They are gonna capitalize on EXO. Ziki is gonna be taken out, and just like that, Kilo Pops as well, down to his last health. He's gonna drop a last minute hoo-ha nade, and bye-bye. He's out of the equation. That is going to be EXO Clan eliminated to the zone in 70 plays. KP in the hands of DNZ. Feels bad for them.
You play a lot of Apex, don't you? I see, like a lot. So I hope you know this. When you shoot when you shoot with a turbocharger, does your gun go like that? It charges up.
It's more like without the turbocharger, it's like it just you know. But with the turbocharger, it's like instant.
So there's no like special sound it makes.
Not really. Not really. It's more like it's just a faster version of a ramp up. Like, I think without a turbocharger, you got to ram the first few bullets before it goes like, you know. But with the turbocharger, you don't really need to ramp up too much before it goes like, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know if that explanation makes sense, but yeah.
No, it does. So, Gibby shield goes down, so DNZ can heal up here. They've had to jump for quite a hot drop, actually. Luckily, they don't have to worry about the next zone, but they do not have a very strong position to be in.
Yeah, it's DNZ. They just got out of the sticky situation. They came out of the zone. They're going to be A-okay for now. They've got a pretty decent amount of loots. But what I want to see right now is the rest of the teams and where they all are. Because currently, there's just a lot of chaos happening, but not a lot of action. But as soon as I say that, the east side, SNG, they are going to force the fight against DBZ. And that is going to be them thirsting on one player. They're looking to finish him off. They've got a caustic gas. They got the DG on top of it all. That Val is going to get completely BM. DNZ will be eliminated. And SNG doing a fantastic job. But while this is happening, we do see crossfires across the map from long range to actually thirst their way through. Shady is going to be left on the loop for now. They don't exactly have the GB dome, so they are going to be able to get a little bit of reset, but they don't have a lot of time. 1 minute 20 seconds left before this next faded zone, and it is going to be forcing everyone out in the open. Meanwhile, west side, Revenant, they will get a couple kills, and that's going to be Team Golden out. Team Burger also out. This is going to be first time Team Burger out in 14th place out of all the matches they played.
That's a really bad placement. Really bad placement from the prior performance. However, I think the prior performance may actually mean that they're not going to have to worry too much about this breaking their position. They just need to do much better in our final 3 games after this.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the case for them. ATH as well. Oh no, here we go again. Crypto drone. They're right in the middle. And the Watson fans are coming in. Oh no. No, not like this.
Position.
I hate this. I hate this. This is like the perfect spot for them right now. But at the same time, no other team plays a crypto but ATH. So this is actually huge for them.
Yeah, categorically. And now what does every other team do? You've got to push either into the Watson web.
They don't push them.
Yeah, or you just don't push, and then you have to try and deal with the zone and the harassment fire you're going to take. They are trapped here. This is a very uncomfortable position to be in, but it's in the zone, and it will be in the zone after this as well.
Well, let's hope they actually make good use of it for now. But as you can see from the top side perspective, you can see a lot of teams starting to edge away. Dewa United Sports, they've got a little bit of a space for them. Emmanuel on the east side as well, they've got a little bit of space. X10 on the top side. Reignite being taken out rather early as well. I don't see Reignite as well. So, I don't know. Maybe they're off cam. They're currently like 11 squads left. But as soon as I say that, there seems to be a lot of skirmish on the east side of this map. You can see Draw getting picked off by another team from Emmanuel. Revenant as well, struggling to make it to the next phase zone from the west side. They're going to go in for the finish. Teams who's exiting from Refragment East are going to be skirmishing around for now. And from the perspective of Revenant Esports, they're thirsting people from across the map. One guy on the side, and that is going to be NXL getting taken out as well. Revenant, they lose Lahib. They don't have the GB, but they want to go for the thirst for Mexius for those armor swaps. And it seems like he is going to get it for now. As Revenant, they are gonna be the new kill leaders with 3 kills, but they are gonna be sticking onto us Mexius. And NXL WolfPack will be eliminated, but they will be able to get the reset instead for now.
Alright, and look at this push from Revenant as well. Not only do they have so many shields out that they can swap with, yes, they are gonna have to get their Gibby back up. They are gonna use a moment to sort of re-heal and sort of re-establish themselves. But thus far, this is an insanely strong recovery from Revenant. Bear in mind, they were a player down and being pummeled as they moved in. Elsewhere, DreamFire taken down, another team that are proven to be really, really aggressive. And with their removal, this is going to make holding these buildings even more of a favorable position.
You know, how the heck did Revenant Esports actually manage to recover from absolutely being dumpstered outside the zone, now fully stacked up, winning a team fight? And okay, hold that thought. Mosu, okay, hitting his repeater shot. That is gonna be a lot of damage, but still, that's gonna scare off whoever is that. I think that's Revenant Esports who actually got pumped in the head. Oh, I might be wrong. But no, okay, Revenant's on the left side. So who is this on the right side? Is that DVT? I think that's DVT.
I think it is.
Dawn is cool.
I'm pretty sure it is.
I don't know. This is tough. This is, I don't know what the situation is going to be in as well, but it seems like they are going to try and force the issue and go for the skirmish. X10 is going to go in for the gatekeep as they get shoved in and pushed by BRP. Going to be eliminated on the sides on 9th place. X10 still holding down the bunkers with those caustic gases. They are going to be A-okay for now, but the crypto team, what is happening with them? Because they are going to be looking and stalking them. They've got EMPs. They can try and deny away. Oh no, Dewa United is going to be on the south side below them. So there is going to be a lot of tussle to actually branch out of the current situation as they need to get out very, very soon. They've got the sear outs available, no wall bangs allowed, but still, they are going to play this a little bit. So it seems like they want to, Dewa United, they want to etch away the high grounds off the roof to get a little bit more advantage to get the one up on this team. Revenant, however, from the northwest is going to try and etch away, but 40 seconds left. The circle is going to move very, very soon, and we've got 8 squads left in this next fight.
Oh, now the chaos is about to start. I love how no one wants to fight one another. No one knows the second you fight, the second you commit to a fight, you're going to be hit by so much. You're going to be hit by the remaining teams all looking to third party you. So it's now a game of patience. You look at X10 Crit, strong position with high ground, but they are the closest to the zone now. When this starts moving in, they're going to have such a difficult time trying to reposition. Elsewhere, Valkyrie tries to move, takes a lot of damage, as does X10 Crit though. The second they peek down, they're going to have to back up, they're going to have to heal up before they consider moving. But what about these remaining teams? Ultimate Accelerant being passed over to the Caustic, surprisingly here. I think I'd rather see it on the Gibby for the double usage of those.
They've got to make a move now because the circle is closing in. You can see UAs are being popped from the side of X10. SNG was from the east side. They are going to try and make a run for it for now, but the offside esports, they need to make a run break for it soon. The circle is, they are going to have a slow end, but eventually they are going to get boxed in very, very soon. GB outs are being laden on them as well. Revenant Esports also going to be third party. They've got the high ground from the northeast. They're trying to stop them from exiting as well. They are landing off GB nades as well. And Revenant Esports, what a recovery. They've got prime time. They've got a Kraber. They're looking for a shot. Does he hit it? No, he does not. SNG is going to be pummeled through in the open. They're zoning out with caustic gas. They're inching away with this high ground. They're taking advantage of all this chaos. Revenant Esports just popping off. But, well, the rest of the teams are succumbing to this zone fight. They're all clustering out. What am I looking? There's so many people. They're dropping the nades. Looks like they won't join the fight themselves. And Revenant, they will clean them all out. And Esports is gone. Revenant is going to survive. They got a decent spot. And we're down towards the final 4 team. And this time, they are going to be flanked in from the side. They will see Esports on the top of the roof. They're waiting for the right moment to strike. But Saiyajin God is getting knocked off. They're using this knockdown shoot as cover. But the nades, the suppressive fire from Revenant Esports are coming in. Oh my goodness, the chaos is happening. Dewa United going for a turbocharger. Finally, Easy Flash with the turbocharger comes in, cleans them all out. 3v1 situation. Revenant still survive. 3v2 on top of it all. And that's going to be Dewa United Esports bringing the big W with the Devotion turbocharger.
What a game from Dewa, and what a way to third-party Revenant, who the decision-making, the smart, the intelligence from both teams there is just incredible. For Dewa as well, calculating when to come in for that third party. Bear in mind, they hid under that house like a tabby cat for a good 2 or 3 zones there. When they finally committed to the fight, they timed it to perfection. Same to be said for Revenant, who was able to clean up that Anton X10 fight to be able to pick up the remaining 3 kills as well. Really, really strong play from Revenant, and I think the kill point is actually going to make up for the fact that they weren't quite able to get that first place.
Yeah, at the same time, I don't know. There was just so much chaos coming in. I knew that the turbocharger with the devotion is gonna be a very, very big factor. But how big? Big enough to win your final team fight. That's pretty much Dewa United's esports right now, and they got the big W on this play. But really, I'm not gonna lie, Revenant Esports really shocked me because from absolutely down by a member, out in the zone, out of the strangers, getting picked off left, right, front, and center, from fully stacked loot from Fragment West coming in with a Kraber, getting a full team map wipe. I don't know. That's a pretty big achievement, man. Not an easy thing to do.
No, it really was. And on top of it not being an easy thing to do, I can't help but take a look at some of these highlights because let's be honest, that final zone with 8 teams all hiding, cowering, not wanting to force a fight with one another was about as intense as it really gets.
Yeah, DNZ, I think, was one of the few teams that actually gave away the turbocharger. They had the 1-up early on, and I'm not gonna lie, that's pretty tough, you know, considering that the Caustic was able to get that early on, and because of that, he was just, you know, giving it value for the devotion to anybody else who picks up their body, right? But from the west side, Revenant Esports, they were able to get some decent loots, and from Fragment West, from here, they were able to get the Tusk here and there. They're getting a lot of KPs and surviving all this confusion, all this commotion, and being one of the playmakers later on was just so annoying. But eventually, there was just too much for them to get handled, right? They've relied a little bit too much with those lucky stars, and even this Kraber shot, it looks like a perfect lineup, but you gotta blame your teammate, man. You know, Bell there was just blocking him with the Kraber shots. If not, he could have just lined it up for collateral right from the get-go. But still, a pretty good run. They managed to clean out a lot of kills, but eventually, the ones that completely destroyed it was none other than Dewa United Esports, right in this perspective. 3x devotion with turbocharger and a PK. What more can you ask? The dream, man. The dream.
Yeah, they will have been getting better and better as playoffs have gone on. Their last game was a 4th place. Before that, they were kind of barely scraping top 10, and they were just trying to do that for the whole playoffs. Now they've got 4th place, and now they get a 1st place. Do they continue their comeuppance? Do they continue to hold that that victorious stance? We'll see in just a moment if on the scoreboard, see how the likes of Burger, Reignite, and EXO did. EXO was the only team who I was really able to keep an eye on that map. I think Burger and I believe Burger and EXO actually maybe fell a little bit early.
Yeah, I think Burger actually bow out on 13th place in that particular map as well, and it was one of the first bad games. Like, the only bad game was yesterday's game, which is map number 6, where they actually bowed out on 8th place. Aside from that, they've had an amazing game throughout the entire few journeys. They've been maintaining the #1 spot, and now currently with them getting taken out, they are going to be at risk of holding on to the title. But before that, let's take a look at the official scoreboards for match number 9.
For Revenant, this may be a perfect time actually to potentially make a catch-up. You look how badly Burger did, only 2 points. They actually now only hold that 1st place's position by those 2 points. Potentially, I know by 1 point even. Revenant have made a huge jump here, and now this 1st place is up in the air. It's coming so close. I'm so happy that we don't have a an obvious winner here.
Yeah, it's just neck and neck. It's so very close in this kind of situations, right? I think it all comes down towards the final 3 matches, and that's where things get a little bit spicy. Reignite, they power at 14th place, 1 point for them. Team Burger 13th place with 2 points. ATH 11th place with 3 points. SNG starting to get a little bit more of a strong showing from yesterday's games. They are gonna creep by a little bit more points now, but I don't know. Final 3 match, they've got to go for the sprint very soon. Emmanuel on 3rd place, 12 points. That's pretty okay as well. It is going to shoot them up a little bit higher in the ranks, but like I said, everybody's eyeing for the top 4 positions. But being #1 is where everyone wants to be. And Burger Esports, they were holding the title for a very short period of time. Being consistent is their signature, but this game really put a big dent into their plans right now.
Yeah, it really did. And now there's what's the follow-up? Yeah, what's the recovery? And more importantly, for the likes of Revenant, for the likes of Dewa, how do they repeat this? Because for me, Dewa, even though they had a great position to hold, they had to hold that position for so long, and they were just lucky no one actually stumbled into them.
Dewa is in a situation where they finally made it back into the top 5 position, right? So
Yeah.
in terms of comfortability, they are okay. They still have the passports to actually take the flight to victory, right? They've got 3 more matches to go. So technically, they need 2 more good games, and they might be champion, or 2 champions or 1 champion. They are going to be in the contestant to get number 1. Burger, they need to keep up with the consistency. Revenant with this champion is going to give them, with this top 2 finish is going to give them a little bit more space.
Yeah.
But if they are able to get 1 more champion or 2 more champion, we might be looking at Revenant being champion for sure. But that's the thing. This final 3 is going to be the decider match. But before that, for these guys watching at home, I know you guys want to see more matches. But before that, we are going to be taking a very, very short break before we jump into map number time 4, the Rise of Legion South APAC Grand Finals. My name is ICBaby12. He's Kramer. We'll see you guys right after this break.
I'm trying to touch the states this time. 2021. Yeah, show him I can still rap though. Now I'm in the game, I was on the bench. First I was renting, now I'm collecting rent. Run it up. First it with the Beamer, now I want the Benz. Spending all the back like here I go again. Outside says chirp, now the camera phone. Told you I'ma make, keep the channels on. Why you acting different when the camera's on? Why you acting different like your paper long? 8 day wake up and I thank God. Bad decision got you wishing you.
Welcome back to the Rise of Legion Apex Legends. We move on to game 4 of 6 for today, and we still do not know who could be taking this rank 1 spot. Our top 10 teams are all within a land grab of each other, which is just going to make these final games even more intense. We just saw an incredible match from Dewa, who were able to usurp the likes of Revenant to take that first place spot in the game. However, in points, it was Revenant, thanks to their killing maraudic tendencies, were they able to take the number 1 spot in points.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Revenant pulled an impossible run in the previous game. They were down by a man behind. They were losing so much man, they were tanking out 2 circles in a row, somehow managed to crawl their way back into a top 2 finish. I must say, that's gotta be the dream run for them. But that's the thing, miracles don't often happen twice. Luck may be on your side one time, not necessarily every single time. And in this case, it's all about a battle of stamina. 12 games to go. It's all about who maintaining those consistent points. And currently, Burger Esports, they were one of the few, Team Burger, they were one of the few teams that actually, being one of the consistent ones, only messed up in the previous game. So them maintaining a top spot is going to be in jeopardy for now. And it all comes down towards this final 3 games on who is going to be the grand finals by the end of today. And I don't know, in current standings right now, Burger, like you said as well, is holding number 1 by 1 point. Revenant over the course of these past few maps, they've been playing a very ratty strategy, but whenever they need to force a fight, they tend to lose out on all these fights. And
even if they win those fights, they try to rotate, they always get caught mid-rotations. And because of that, it's so difficult to put where Northside is in sports. It feels like they're always struggling to rotate in towards the next place from point A to point B, right? So that's their biggest weakness. But if they manage to anchor themselves, they're pretty decent. And there were a couple of good games from them when it comes to them being the anchor themselves. And they were able to wipe out a pretty decent amount of teams earlier today. But now, based on this map, we've seen this happen before. It's the second time we've seen Storm Point Circle map being shifted down below, and the map that was down here below was won by Reignite in map 6 in yesterday's grand finals day 1. So I don't know, maybe this might be a Reignite day back in these final 3 maps.
It looks like, considering how vastly split these teams are, the main team I want to see now is DNZ. How do they rotate to this first zone without being killed? Because Lightning Rod, while a good position for them, is going to require a big exodus to get even close to this point here. I think probably it calls for an early use of the Valkyrie ult.
I think Lightning Rod rotation is still decent, but considering that there is a lot of downhill terrains, right, you can still have those quick slides down below. But the ones that I'm more curious are the guys right here, right now on screen. Team Goten and the rest. Because them fighting here, the moment they clean up the fight, they have to climb an uphill mountain before rotating next phase zone. So technically, based on the map, further distance is going to be northeast side. But based on terrain, I feel like this spot right here is got a longer rotation. Kramer.
It does. And you look at this L-Star, point blank, trying to get up into the face of this opposition now. Going to be blasted open. Oh, one of their teammates think got to get trapped in there. Oh, that's a huge whiff. And now PROJECTXXX, already a man. I'm going to continue this fight. All of them low on HP though. There's another down. Sync Warrior is also going to be finished off and Goated get eliminated. But for PROJECTXXX, they are very lucky considering how they did trap one of their own players in that building.
Did I see that right? Did Ravi get a melee of his heirloom, and that heirloom had one of the most unique animation on that melee punch? Because if I'm not mistaken, I don't think the caustic hammer pokes you from the back of the hammer. That's got to be one of the rarest animation ever.
What's cool actually with hammers is the point at the back is used to lifting up nails. Also the sharp part, so it makes sense. If I was hit someone with a hammer, it would be with a spiky end.
Huh. I've never seen that before, but hold that thought for now, because ATH, they are in a fight right now, and they are going to be completely dumpstering whoever is that's going to be contesting them. They went in for the flank, they got the knock, now looking for the finish, and they wipe Bomber Boys immediately.
Cute losing Indian teams. they all get screwed at the start. I would love to see like the playstyle change, so we see a little bit more pressure on being able to potentially have a less loot from your starting zone, but you're safer.
Well, that's the thing, right? If they're out in the running, the best thing to do is just grief other people. And look at this, Revenant, they're griefing another team. And they're gonna get a catch on to them right now as they get forced off. Revenant Esports looking to grief on towards the members coming from Emmanuel. They got one knock so far. It is gonna be a 3v2. Revenant Esports looking for the finish, and here comes the devotion. Turbocharger! Oh no, you don't win that. And that is gonna be ATH wiped out. You can't win against a devotion turbocharger. The dream for Belkun again.
Can I now add a can I try and edit Apex here? Like, if I was a dev, I was to add something, I'd add 2 things. I would add a new gun, but it's like a rotary instead of a standard gun, and so it shoots faster. But if you use it too much and if you overshoot it, it will just explode. You'll break the gun. Now, I'd also add a supercharger, which would mean that rather than have a instantly faster spin up time, your overall firepower, the overall fire output takes longer.
I think that technically the closest one to what you're trying to describe would be the Rampage being charged up with a Termite. So I don't know if that makes sense. But speaking of making some sense right now, this is going to be the zone are going to be revealing themselves on the screen for now. As you can see, they are going to be clumped out on the south side. So everyone is already making their way down towards the south side of Barometer. A lot of teams want to secure those spots, but honestly, not a big fan of it. Maybe they do have a little bit more insights in terms of getting information with those recon beacons. Top right side as well, there are teams still straggling for a late circle push, as they are going to be going for those valve outs to actually gather information and find where people are for now.
DreamFire, they're going to be... Well, what's interesting for DreamFire here is they sort of and ah about where they can push from. They've already got the knowledge of where the next zone is. They know that they are deep within it. Now I want to see them make a concerted effort for high ground, like what BRP are doing here. And this charge rifle, I mean, oh, this car is going to get harassed the second it leaves the Gibby shield. Oh, they've got it on top. That's perfect.
Oh my goodness. Oh, okay. That was pretty sick. Them able to rotate in like that, and because of that, they're gonna be a-okay. They are able to escape this on top of it all. So that's gonna be a little bit of a big win for them. But as soon as I say that, they're still not in the clear, because that's gonna be Reignite going to them as well, as they get the finish. North side of Esports will be eliminated in the hands of Reignite, and that's gonna be a sad day for them. Meanwhile, BRB, they do scout out all these gunshots from the other side of the map, and they're looking to go for the punish, but here he comes, Valve out away. DreamFire gonna make a run for it, and they're gonna be a-okay. Charge rival tracing, looking for the shots, can't seem to connect those shots, and BRB gonna give up their attempt for now.
Look at them drop now. They're going to be dropping right onto EXO. This is going to be such a dangerous point to drop. DreamFire and EXO feel like we've seen this duel about 4 times over, but it's going to happen again. This time, elsewhere, NXL, they get moved away. They get eliminated. Revenant back off, healing as best they can. DreamFire actually maybe want to escape. You see them sort of stacking up by the car here, potentially making a run for it. I love the position of this car. Newcastle shield is going to avoid the majority of the barrage that lands onto them. And now they heal up. Now do they move back into this? Now do they force a fight? EXO, low HP, Dexter on the cusp of death here. He's trying to run as best he can. DreamFire potentially going to be hot in pursuit.
I think they fixed the Newcastle shield as well. I think previous patch, if you hide behind the drone of the Q shield, and even though there's no shield behind you, you will not get hit by those nades. But because I think they fixed it, whoever got hit behind is still going to get the damage as well. So I was a little bit surprised to see that they fixed that. So that's a little bit of integration being made by Respawn, so well done to the devs for now. But I want to see more of this Newcastle, and you talked about this as well. DreamFire going to be bringing it to the table. Circle seems to be hitting into his barometer a little bit more, so we are going to be seeing some serious heavy fire on that vicinity very, very soon. Seems like now there is not going to be much happening for the moment. DreamFire is still playing for the safe spot as well. They are going to be setting up a couple of sentries with those Newcastle outs to try and form a little bit more information. Meanwhile, on the bottom left wall, we do see DreamFire getting suppressed by Revenant Esports on top of it all, as they look for those kind of flanks. DreamFire gonna go for the finish. They want to clean house here from the people on the outskirts. And it seems like they don't want to take unnecessary damage away, because literally know there are a lot of teams watching them, so they have to play this a little bit safe. 3MC preemptively looking for those GP domes, but seems like whoever is out there is going to take a little bit more zone. Valve out to get a little bit more information. They are going to bail out of this situation, so DreamFire not going to go a little more. EXO now taking a little bit more damage than they would like to, as DreamFire not making it easy for them. But seems like EXO, they will give up the point, and seems like they will rotate in from a different angle.
You're right, this is really getting into a... it's not quite a point of no return here for the likes of DreamFire, but they're currently trapped at the side of this zone. And usually that would be great. However, the issue is here, they don't have anywhere to loot. The only way they're going to be able to get stuff like extra shields is by killing. You see, EXO, they already make their extras. They realize actually this position isn't very good. It's so flat. There's no high ground to work with. And it means DreamFire, now they piece it together. They too look to rotate, but rotate into what?
Well, that's gonna be tough. Meanwhile, EXO, as soon as they go in for the ape on Reignite, they take down Sharky. That's gonna be a 3v2. Reignite, they're trying to mess around, going for the run as well. They get the knock on the Jet Button and EXO Clan. They're looking to clean them out. It's gonna be a 3v1, and that's gonna be Reignite getting completely flushed out. EXO They didn't even have the utilities and health to fight this, and Reignite, they just got dropped by EXO just like that. Not what I was expecting at all.
But now there's going to be for EXO Clan. Here's the thing I see. Yeah, but you sort of hesitate for a moment because EXO Clan they've been able to eliminate a team, and there's no third parties. That means where is everyone else? There's 13 squads. That is a lot of teams for a zone that is about to get mighty small. And I can't help but think that if you're EXO, that's EXO Clan. I don't want to see him get too aggressive now. I don't want to see him get too cocky.
I don't know, man. We're down to the final 3 map. Reignite being taken out rather early. It just puts them in a comfortable position to actually take the throne, right? Currently, when it comes to taking the throne, the top teams are in. It's going to be Emmanuel, Revenant, and Burger. DNZ. Reignite being taken out early. They've achieved the first objective. Overcome Reignite, and then overcoming the rest. And currently, in the current situation that they've got a few KPs. All they gotta do is try to get into the top 4, top 5 position, right? Similar to what Burger is trying to do. So that's gonna be the strategy for them. But it's the same for Dewa United Esports as well. They're just only 2 points behind them. For them, they've got to kill a lot of damage so far. They've got a strategic position, but they need to rotate very, very soon because now the zone is about to shift. So where is it going to be?
You're right. And for Dewa, this is where things get interesting because you've got the high ground, you've got a really strong position, and the likes of a Rampage, this is not a weapon you want to go up against, particularly at range. Snipers are going to limit its effectiveness, but for Dewa, they're going to have the same strategy we saw them do last game, where they just wait. But look at the rotation now from EXO. Dewa could be in trouble.
Hold that thought, bottom side, Revenant, they were able to tap with the repeater and knock a Valkyrie out in the sky. And they got the knock and get the finish because whoever is that, they're getting hunted out by Revenant Esports. And just like that, they get the wipe. And Revenant Esports, they're just looking for kills after kills after kills. I'm sorry to catch you off guard, but the bottom left screen on the map just now, Revenant was just hitting those repeater shots. What the heck?
That was nasty. That was actually nasty. And now Revenant and Revenant and DreamFire are going to be the 2 kind of big teams to worry about here. A bit of an overcommitment of shields there. However, that isn't going to stop them from going aggressive anyway. Point blank with the Gibby, trying to do the damage they can. Remember, they're going to be caught out into the zone if they're not careful here. Pete, low HP, survives anyway. And with that, DNZ get eliminated. A clean kill from DreamFire.
Yo, that was like some really nasty things happening in these rotations, right? Like there's a lot of thirsty players right now, and I feel like one of the thirstiest players is gotta be Revenant Esports after that previous game. I feel like there is some sort of morale that's going from them, and they are transitioning that hyped up adrenaline from the previous game into this game. And I don't know, they've got a lot of kills so far, but there's still 11 squads alive, and having those high kill volumes is gonna put them in a very comfortable spot for Revenant Esports. So I don't know. Reignite, it seems like they're struggling. They just got popped off of EXO. But here comes a shot coming from Team Burger. Nice Sentinel shot so far, but it's only a Sentinel. There's only so much you can do with this snipes.
Right, and now this is going to be a real difficult position as Team Burger. Look at the rotations they're making. Look at how close they are to this zone. Dead center. My only worry I see, they don't have the high ground, and high ground is everything. 33 players in what is going to be now soon to be a 4th zone.
This is going to be tough. Ravi going to be pre-fired his way through. He needs to heal himself up. But at the same time, he is going to be healing up himself to going for the reset. Dewa United is going to be the ones that actually stop them in his track. The nades are being lobbed over Dewa United. They need to win up this fight. They found a couple of free fishes in the sea, and Tweezy will get the PROJECTXXX. Immediately gets destroyed by both Dewa United as well as X10. Looking at them, and that's going to be freebies across the map.
Yeah, and now it's going to be a what's interesting is how open this final zone is. There's very limited high ground, which puts even more value onto these buildings like the one Dewa currently holds. And actually, I would argue that Dewa now are in a position to take their 2nd map, particularly if they can hold this building.
Yep. But the circle closing in 15 seconds as well. You can see a lot of people struggling to survive this EXO Clan. They were struggling initially. You can see the bombardments are going to zone them out as well, as they need to share this high ground. DEADBEATZ has been expanded to zone them out. But because they have this Bangalore, they have this double GB out strategy as well. They just used one by Dexter. Now they're going to go fall out for the second push as well. It looks like they are going to go for the thirst. And it seems like they are going to get it as well. Big outs are connecting as well. EXO, they can go in for the push. They can go for wraparound. You can see they are pressuring their way through. GB domes are coming in. They are forcing the issue, but can they win it as well? But they've got Digitrend. They've got smoke. They're trying to isolate the fight. And EXO, they're looking for the wraparound. They're looking for the flush. They get one knock. Last guy standing. No, it's up to Kilo Pops. It's going to be 1v1 right now. He's using the Digitrend. He scouts him out. Dirty little Kilo. But he's so very low. He needs to heal up, and looks like he will play the safe approach. It is still going to be 1v1. It is full health across. Now, with this GB's fight as well, it's going to be GB versus Valkyrie as well. The pumps are coming in, but the beams across. But oh, yeah! Oh, wait! That flick! What was that flick? But no!
Oh, he's taken down!
He got taken down by Shady from afar. Oh, the third parties, SNG, the true victors of the South. But it's not over yet. They clean them out, but there's gonna be another team coming across, and that's gonna be BRP to join the fight.
That is just heartbreaking to win that fight, only to fall to the Valkyrie utility. BRP, they really want a piece of that. Actually, they really want a piece of that loot, but no, they won't be able to get to it. Also, Revenant, this is the problem with the low ground. So much damage, and you don't even know where it's coming from. This Spitfire's absolutely shredding them.
BRP, they're pinned between two different teams. They have to circle. This next phase of the circle is going to be there as well. They have to make a decision what they need to do. They need to start cleaning out players and teams before the next play. Missile comes in from Strafing Flame from to the soft side. Who's it going to be hit as well? He hits massive amount as well. Here comes the out. They're going to be stuck. And this is gonna be huge. They get the crack, and here Strafing Flame looking for the push as well. He finds an angle. He gets a 1-4-4, but at the same time, are they gonna go for the finish? Because it seems like that's gonna be the case. They got the constant gas. They got a couple of pumps. He doesn't have the DG trade as well. They're playing around with the fire, and that is gonna be them getting shut down with the counter push as well. 1v2 situation for the casting, but Revenant Esports will not be able to prevail, and he is gonna bow out at 6th place for Revenant Esports.
BRP now, this is such a difficult position to be in, and as they look to go off the back of the black hole, it's another instant wipe. They try to run, but look at the damage they are inflicting right now, and anyone who dare be afflicted with meeting Dewa, they appear to be on the bad side of it. Emmanuel, they fall. And for Dewa now, it's going to be a matter of trying to isolate this final squad. Look at the high ground they have. Point blank, a bit of a peek from Flash. He gets the hell out of there, realizing he may be in an uncomfortable position. Dewa forced onto the low ground. Elsewhere, BRP taking down 3 squads left, and it's all going to come to these final moments.
Okay, they've got to play this safe. They've got to play it safe. We're down towards the final 3 team. High ground SNG's got the perfect dream work right now. It's got the cost of gas. Dewa is going to be trapped. But the question remains, they've got to rotate from the zone. And SNG, they realize that there's another team that's unaccounted for. And that's going to be Emmanuel slowly sneaking by from the sides. As you can see, they are going to be going for the plays. Well, Jarrow gets a Graber shot on the draw. Instant pickup before it happens. But while this is happening, the other team from Dewa United is gonna come in and spook them off. You can see they're starting to be panicking as well. Draw gets re-knocked by Dewa United, but here comes the flush. Dewa United, they get swamped by them instead. The Grieves are coming in. SNG grieving on Dewa United in sport instead, and trying to go in for the second place. They know it's over, but they want to finish them off. But at the same time, Bastien is making a run for it as well. He will survive, but where's the other team? Emmanuel going to disrupt SNG from going for the kills. Will they get picked off? That's gonna be the question. No, not Emmanuel. Team Burger, I'm sorry. Team Burger will be looking to get their first ever champion, and they are in a prime position to do so. Kramer.
But if Burger take this first place position, it's going to be so hard to get them off this #1 spot. And I think every other team in the lobby knows it. I'm surprised we're not seeing them get focused here. Arcstar gets deployed. It lands a little bit short, though. They try to respond onto the Gibby at point blank, though they're able to shut it down. Donner's is going to be falling. It's down to the rest of Team Burger to follow it up, though. Wiltsy has to back off, get that heal. And question is, where is the other squad? Where is the unknown? Where is the missing piece of the enigma? Because they know that a fight is due. 3 squads left, 6 players means that right now Burger are in such a strong position on the high ground. The now. Crit takes so much damage despite taking to the skies here. And once they land, they too are going to be wiped. Dewa, their final player, he hides, he cowers, he hopes Burger don't find him. However, Burger have done just that. There's the push, point blank with the R99, switches to the flat line. That's all that's needed. And just like that, Burger, they take your rank 1 spots almost completely uncontested.
Oh my goodness, Team Burger, they finally bounced back, being the one consistent team, their first champion so far in this entire grand finals in map number 10. 2 more maps to go, and they've got the pull, the lead, and Team Burger, whew, that was a pretty convincing one for them. And we did see a lot of struggles throughout every single team so far here, Kramer.
Yeah, and it really is going to be concerning, particularly when you look at when you look at the teams behind them, like Reignite, like Revenant, like Emmanuel, who of all, let's be honest, had a pretty poor game apart from Emmanuel, who has been able to start really giving some damage output.
Yeah, Burger. I don't know what's going on with Burger, man. It seems like they found the secret sauce, the secret burger to actually make it all the way to the final time. That every single time they're just so consistent. The one game they messed up was the previous game, and this game they bounced back with a champion to equalize the points that they lost from the previous game. So I don't know what's going on with Burger. Like, how are they so good at finding these kind of opportunities? They're not the most flashiest team out there. They're not having like high kill volumes compared to like Reignite, right? Like Reignite, they've got like 11 kills so far. They've got like 12 kills here and there, double digits. The games that they won. But Burger is like super low key. I've got 6 kills here. I've got 3 kills. I've got 8 kills. I've got 7. Like they just played it super slow, and somehow they just come on top of it, and it's just crazy.
No, it really is. And now as we get now as we sort of look at these highlights, I think for me that shot was it from Revenant who just sniped a player out the sky. That for me is definitely player of the game.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's a moment that we will not be able to see in the highlights. I think it was captured in the map is on the bottom left, but of course, based on how the adaptations has made from all these teams, right, was that this shot from Reignite, they were able to thus a couple of teams was rotating the cars, which was nice. But this moment, the moment that happened, EXO Clan was rotating away from a mess up against DreamFire, and they jumped on Reignite in this spot and came up on top. So that was just, I don't know how that was possible, but EXO Clan just pulled it off. That was crazy.
Yep. Yeah, I'm really impressed by EXO Clan to just survive as long as they did. They didn't place very well in the end. They did end up getting wiped, but the fact they survived for as long as they did was enough for me, really. I also want to highlight Team Dewa, who once again had such a strong position for that 3rd and 4th zone, and it was only in the final little gunfights did we actually see them get taken down.
Yeah, and this was a very sick flick coming from DreamFire, and for him to get taken out by a Valk utility is just you hate to see it, man. You just hate to see moments like this. But we did see a little bit of improvements coming from teams like BRP as well. They were able to be more decisive in their next fights. But what I wasn't expecting was SNG making the choice here to grieve Revenant Esports, even though they lost the members, right? I was expecting them to like maybe, play it safe, but the moment one of the members they got knocked, they made a very smart, quick decision by saying, you know what, there's no way we're winning this, let's go for top 2, and they went for the grief, and because of that, they were able to close up at top 2 because they forced Dewa United in an unfavorable position and eventually used the Valk out to stall for placement points. So I still think it's a big win for SNG, but Team Burger has got to be the biggest winner of all. Their first champion, 6 kill points, 18 points.
Yeah, and that 18 points. Bear in mind, they're currently overall standings. They were in first place by 1 point. They had 82. Revenant behind them had 81. This little boost they get from winning this game. You look at Revenant, unfortunately, just 6 points short. That's going to extend Burger's lead at rank 1 to 7 points. And as that lead increases, bearing in mind, we've only got 2 maps to go after this one.
Yeah, and
period.
The grind continues, man. The grind continues. Can they actually be in the running for the number 1 spot? Because right now, Reignite, they've got 4 points, but they're getting shoved down really low below. And before this match, they were only like 10 points away from Team Burger. Now they're about 20 to 30 points away from Burger. if they want to take the #1 spot, especially for Reignite. And for Reignite, the final 2 games is their proving grounds. They've got to have like back-to-back champions if they want to snatch it away from Burger for the #1 spot. SNG now in a okay position to actually get a little bit more points, but they're still very, very far away compared to Reignite. I think Dewa United Esports is pretty okay in terms of getting a little bit more points, but I don't know. It feels like they're still fighting for like the #3, #4 spot. And it can be anyone's game, man. Like, it can be anyone's game.
Yeah, so the other highlight is that the likes of Reignite, now likes of EXO as well, they now need to have 2 monumental, like 30-point games if they want to come close to getting into that first place.
Yep.
And I tell you what, Team Burger, I just don't think they're going to allow it.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult to do so as well. Revenant manages to maintain their lead, keeping up with Burger, still tying for #2 right now. So if Revenant has a pretty okay game in this final 2 game, they will be able to secure their top 2 finish, maybe even more, considering that they are about 3 to 4 points ahead from Emmanuel. But like I said, it's a little bit too comfortable of a position to be in because, you know, anything can happen. One really, really good high kill volume, 20 kill bomb game can completely change the tide of the points itself. So I'm looking forward to see it. But before that, we are going to be taking a short break. And right after this break, we will be back with the final 2 maps in the Grand Finals for you guys at home to watch. This is the Rise of Legion South APAC Grand Finals. My name is ICP12, and he is Kramer. We'll see you guys right after this break.
I'm trying to touch the states this time. 2021. Yeah, show him I can still rap though. Now I'm in the game, I was on the bench. First I was renting, now I'm collecting rent. First it with the Beamer, now I want the Benz. Spending all the bag like here I go again. Outside says chirp, now the camera phone. Told you I'ma keep the channels on. Why you acting different when the camera's on? Why you acting different like your paper long? 8 day wake up and I thank God. Bad decision got you wishing you could say nah. My city gritty, you could get hit any day now. On my mama, I'ma move my family way out. With some 20s, 50s, hundreds, thousands, millions, billions, trillions, zillions. I'm talking Amazon money, talking so much money I could mess around and buy Amazon. I been winning, I'm like, why me? I heard these labels wanna buy me. I don't need you, boo, I style me. I roll G's and they grind me. Now I'm on my game, nothing is the same. Who am I to blame? Money made me change. Cardi in my ring when I'm switching lanes. Money in the carry on them Boeing planes. Money in the carry on them Boeing planes. Now I got $1 for all those rainy days. Ain't have a day off in like 80 days. I got hustles in like 80 ways. Kids if he won't take a lazy day. Wifey on me told me take a break. I keep going to the paper straight. Then it's trips out to Montego Bay. If I take the job, bet I get it done. I said it before, I'm a one-on-one. I just caught some ones, only wearing ones. Fornicate the funds, money made me calm. Diamonds on your neck, bet they on your neck. You want that watch, you better rock a tech. You want that chain, you better cop a vest. You want that check, but can you make it stretch?
Burger, Revenant, Emmanuel, Dewa, and EXO Clan. All of them now stand within clutching distance of that 10,000 USD prize pool. And of course, with Burger topping the leaderboards currently with 100 points, only 7 points ahead of Remnant, who is only a mere 9 points ahead of Emmanuel. Our top 3 and even top 5 are contested to the point now where these final 2 games are crucial to both the longevity in this tournament and how much cash you're going to be walking away with. Of course, I'm your Castle Crammer 3. I'm joined by the amazing IC Baby, and together we'll be talking you through the Rise of Legion Apex Legends.
Yep, this is going to be a decider match for all the teams here. We've finally hit the final 2 maps so far in the Rise of Legion. And on top of it all, it's going to be anyone's game. But we are starting to see a little bit of a clear indicator who is going to be the potential ones to take the #1 spot. And that, like you said as well, is going to be either Burger, Revenant, and Emmanuel. However, the guys below the top 5 as well, Reignite, SNG, BRP, they are still going to be in the running, but they've got to pull in for like a 30 points gap in this next 2 matches to take it away from Burger. So it's going to be very, very difficult to do so. But if not now, then when? Anything can happen in Apex Legends. And in this case, I hope to see Reignite step it up a little bit more. But as of now, let's focus on this top 5. That's going to be Burger, Revenant, Emmanuel, Dewa, as well as EXO. They seem to be doing really, really well. And what's really surprising for me was Revenant, out of nowhere, they had won a very difficult start in yesterday's game. They were somewhere now top 7, top 8. And now, after this immense 10 map, they are finally in the top 2 position. And they're just only 7 points away from taking the crown away from Burger. So these 2 maps upcoming is going to be the decider for Burger as well as Revenant. Do they take the #1 spot, and who is it going to be? And so far, I think there's just more stakes on the line for Revenant, considering that this is going to be their first ever tournament, first place finish if they close out the entire series itself. And I don't know. Now, back into Wolf's Edge, have they been doing well? I don't know yet, because Revenant, so far, they have not gotten a single champion. And the closest one they had was map number 9 earlier today.
Yeah, that was a 2nd place finish, but this is accompanied by a myriad of 2nd place finishes, 3rd place finishes, 4th place finishes. They have done everything short of directly winning these rounds, and because of that, it means that their kills have had to be what defines them. And luckily, when it comes to kills, they are in no short supply. They have been single-handedly wiping squads left, right, and center, third-partying to the nth degree. And now for Team Burger, a team which have been able to get those rank 1 placements, can they continue that success? The lowest placement that we've seen Burger get is 5th. That's how bloody good this team is. However, I see, while they may be good, are we going to see some other teams now look to ruin their day?
Oh, I don't know, man. Like, we've seen a lot of India teams right from the get-go every single time. HAIWAAN Gaming, PROJECTXXX, and POWERPOP go ham from the get-go, and they've been griefing a lot of teams. I want to see them grief even more, because who knows, if they grief the right team, it is gonna, you know, elevate another team to get the #1 spot. Who knows, it might actually happen.
I want to highlight the topic of griefing. What do you take as the definition of griefing in Apex?
You know, aping on another team when you should not be aping, and just completely denying their dreams of continuing the game of just being champion. And then, you know, full sending a team, not knowing that, oh, if you full send this, you're gonna die with him. That's griefing.
Yeah, and something that surprised me recently was that there's a griefing could be interpreted as landing at another team's drop zone. They don't own drop zones. That's true. That's not griefing, guys. See, that's not griefing at all. That's just playing the map.
I think 3rd party and 4th party is a good way of describing griefing as well. If that makes sense. Yeah.
I think everyone's too fickle. Everyone's too fickle, I see. That's what it is. It's fair game now, and I want to see some blood.
All right, fair indeed. But seems like the circle is going to be shifting up to the north side as well. Seems like there is going to be another fragment circle potentially. Maybe even Sky as well. So don't exactly know what's going to be happening. But for the final Wolf's Edge of the game, what kind of map do you want to see out of this circle? What kind of terrain?
I wanna see one that involves high ground, because I've loved how X10 have been able to position themselves in our third and fourth rings. It's just I think a lot of teams now have got to the point where they've realized if we just kill X10, we take X10's position, then we win, because X10 are really good at finding them.
Yeah, fair enough. But seems like EXO Clan, they are still making the decision whether or not they want to play around the train station or do they want to loot up a little bit more. Because I do see a couple R99s and Mozambique at the start of the game. But aside from that, nothing super crazy yet. They need those quick loots before rotating into the next phase of zone and start to loot up and potentially zone up a couple players for now. But as of yet, nothing super crazy. We do hear pings coming in from Dexter, who's currently the first scout of the team as they make their way into the train station. X10 also, like you said as well, high grounds. They are close towards Skyhook, so they are going to be able to get a couple of very, very okay spots for now. And compared to the previous game, the Skyhook, this is not too bad. You know, this is not too bad.
Yeah, you're right. And now for what isn't too terrible a start, there's still a road to recovery. And further to that, there's still a world here where actually third partying is going to become a huge issue, because in our kind of urban environments, everyone gets very close together without realizing it. And that usually means the element of surprise becomes a huge deal breaker.
Yeah, agreed. And speaking of element surprise, DreamFire, they're going for an early vault to get a little bit of information as well as rotating before they making the next play. But seems like they want to rat their way from the north instead. But while they're doing it, they're actually getting shot from afar while going for this kind of rotation. But as soon as they go in for the rotate, guess what? There's gonna already another team already waiting for them, trying to take their usual rat spot. Seems like teams have adapted to their playstyles, while DreamFire are gonna potentially lose out of their zoning capabilities.
You're right, and for DreamFire, I like how they're kind of still trying to force fights. Bear in mind, DreamFire has been one of our more aggressive teams in the in our kind of top 20 at the moment. I think it's DreamFire and Reignite are really the ones who don't shy away from forcing out gunfights. And bearing in mind, for DreamFire as well, while they are currently in 15th, there's probably no chance of them actually being able to come back and get back into this game. They can still ruin the days of our top 5.
Yeah, SNG is currently in this position, and it's a little bit surprising for me considering that it's rather early in the zone. They're already camping here. They've got a pretty decent amount of loot. They don't have a lot of shields, don't have a lot of extended mags, but still, they're playing it safe and just going for this kind of red spots. And who does this kind of things? This is like, what, barely 1 minute into the game, 2 minutes into the game, and you're like already camping in a red spot. And oftentimes, if you were in a pub game, who does that? Only in pro games, man. Only in pro games. Big brain. Yep. Big brain.
See a few things being called in here. They're just trying to avoid this utility. Bear in mind that for DreamFire, this is actually a fair bit of damage to be taken despite being a point blank elsewhere. Revenant, they're going to have a hot drop there and have to deal with taking a lot of fire from teams elsewhere on top of the team that have just dropped in. It's going to be a really difficult position to work your way out of if you're Revenant. Remember, they are in second place. They cannot risk dying this early on. Elsewhere, we have a battle for what looks like a respawn beacon here. Potentially SMG making sure these teams don't get a chance to pull themselves back into this map. And aptly so, because it looks like someone wants to fight them for it.
Yeah, SNG playing a little bit safe as well. They are trying to maintain their spots, trying to usurp the throne. They're very, very far away, but if they have one good game, they are going to be back in action. However, Reignite on the other screen as well. They do see Gem Border here booming onto Shiva. They are going to be getting a couple KPs from Reignite, and that's going to be the Thirst coming in. So that's going to be Reignite getting 1 KP from the get-go. And they are going to continue with the pursuit as of yet as Reignite. They want to finish up their kills. And while Reignite is doing their thing across the maps on towards the epicenter vicinity, we do see NXL WolfPack going up against a fight. And they are going to go for the hunt. While the rest, the ones that are being chased are going to be forced to get out of this sticky situation. GB Dome, great defensive maneuver, but they are still stuck. Here comes the nades from NXL. They want to isolate the fight.
Look at this, NXL looking to potentially ruin some days, and I love it, I see. At point blank, though, no one is really risking going into this building apart from NXL. Our aforementioned aggressors Mastiff in hand, looking to rain terror through the tube. And while it's actually a lot of damage being done to NXL, they've lost one of their first players, lose the second now. It's all on the Wraith and a 1 versus everybody their peak. However, let's go to the north side, both topple. WolfPack, they're going to continue to be pummeled here. And actually, Zartras realizes he cannot risk this fight. The third party has arrived from ATH, one of the teams to fear, and for good reason. With that removal now, it's going to be down to the rest of SG, who've only got one player.
Yep, they've got the run, and now their Big C also going to be re-knocked as well from Esports as well as ATH, and now they have to make a run for it. It looks like the finish is going to come in. They have to take the portal back, and just like that, they get cleaned out, and it just feels bad because why? You talk to me about what is the definition of griefing. You know what that is what we call the definition of griefing, because why?
Yep.
The griefers are getting grieved. And as of now, the griefers are struggling to maintain their position because Annie's was also thinking to grief this team. Instead, pays the price with 2, and ATH will be the ones to reap the benefits of all these people who's kind of stuck down below.
And for ATH, if they can actually secure this position without being third-partied, they're going to have so much loot to work with. So much, I see. Actually, Jackie's just finished off 2 players, and he's left. All the loot there is going to be foregone to the kind of final remaining player.
It's just not worth it, man. He's all by himself, and I would say he's done the damage, right? They've got the third party. And Esports, they lose 2 members. Who was it previously? What? NXL also lose 2 members from her get-go, and them thirsting on all these people and griefing other people. It seems like the teams at the bottom just don't care anymore. They just want to have some fun and just grieve on other people. And Zarathas now all by himself, even though they've got 3 KPs. Was it worth it? Not exactly the best, but considering that he got the banner, now he's gonna go for the resurrect, and they are gonna be picked up because Zarathas now, he needs to maintain his life, he needs to get his kill. Can he go for a thirst? Yes, he will. He finishes off and Esports, the other victim, who's the solo rat, and Zarathas will be the stronger rat right now. The griefers, they will survive. Meanwhile, on the south side, we do see Dewa United Esports bullying on towards PROJECTXXX. As with the devotion this time without those turbo chargers to go in for the spray and pray. And here he comes, PROJECTXXX. They lose 2, and that's gonna be the last man standing, and boom, bada bing, bada bang. That's gonna be Dewa United Esports getting their KPs.
All right, and now with all these KPs, what is the follow-up? This is crucial, absolutely crucial, that Dewa are going to be able to hold on to this position. But right now, how do they? Because, right, it's the high ground, but there's a lot of exposed territory, and the team thereafter, it's Reignite, one of the top dogs here for Dewa. This could be a huge risk to take, to risk fighting some of the best PvPers in the game. And to do so while you hold this position. Lovely shots on the wrong bow, not quite able to finish the job from Dewa. However, the harassment, the damage may be enough. That may justify their rotation.
Oh my goodness, Dewa United, they're just popping off with those sentinel shots, but the longbow shots, but at the same time, they've got to rotate in next phase zone. 14 seconds left, the zone is going to be pushing up north, and they've got to get out of it now. And currently, Dewa United Esports, they're in an okay position. They managed to do some significant amount of damage. They managed to farm a couple of evil shields for themselves. So I think it's a big win for them, considering that they got a couple KPs. But eventually, it's all about consistency. They're currently top 4 with 82 points. But based on this couple of 3 KPs, they need to survive a little bit more. But meanwhile, another side as well, we do see here ATH to get a knock onto us NXL. So that's going to be NXL in on the fire again. They lose 1 member. They just picked up 2 just now. And this time, they are on the run with 2 people. But before that, let's take a look at how the map is going to be positioning themselves, where all the teams are kind of clustered on the northern section as of yet.
You're right, and look at Dewa's control of the south side of the circle. no one bar kind of Reignite are going to be able to fight them. They will have such a strong position here. If they can get to the top of Epicenter, if they can hold that high ground, even the likes of X10, who have been so good at positioning themselves, are going to be in serious trouble. You look over to our kind of top place teams of Burger, of Emmanuel, of EXO. All of them are in this northwestern side of the map, and it means that only some of them are going to be able to get as many points as they need to hold that top dog position.
Now, speaking of rats, DreamFire and EXO has been here for the longest of time. And guess what? The ones that gets messed up is going to be Burger. This is them, Burger, getting completely shut down. SNG will be eliminated. Sorry, not Burger. SNG will be the ones that actually get taken out. They've been staring each other for the longest of time. And DreamFire finally finds the opportunity to take them out. So this is a big win for DreamFire from the north, and we've seen it happen coming from them before this. Meanwhile, the rest of the teams, they're still trying to find their base a little bit more. X10 looking for the lucky shot. I don't think he's gonna hit that shot, because if he hits it, that would be a pretty sick shot.
It would be a nut shot, especially hitting it with a bolt action. You only got about one shot every kind of second, 1.3 seconds. Should have done with a straight pull, but unfortunately, no straight pull on these.
Oh.
It's cool the straight pulls are.
He's gonna go for the snipes again, but seems like it's gonna be stalemates again. But Mosu, he gets tapped in the head, regrets his decision. Gonna be forced to heal up before the next play. But rotations are coming in. X10 losing out all this sniping shot as well. Reignite also gonna be rotating into the next phase of the zone. ATH looking to third party this. But it seems like the zone is gonna be pushing up towards the northern section of this vicinity. So that is gonna be a little bit more of I would say a little bit more people down towards the survey camp instead. But here comes the tussle. EXO Clan, they're in the hot seat. It seems like the fight is gonna be in. Dexter going for the punch, and DreamFire, they will be the ones that get eliminated as EXO Clan cleans out the north instead.
And EXO Clan, they're also racking up kills here as well, which is the big alarm bell here, because as they keep getting kills, even though they are in, I believe, 5th place, yeah, that's still easily recoverable. One good game and you're straight back up to first. Remember, it's only about 23 points which separate the two of these teams.
Yeah, it's all about those champion spots. They need those champion spots for now, and that's gonna be the way to go. To actually fight this way. But now from the perspective in survey camp, look at this. You talked about whoever taking the high ground of Epicenter, right? There are teams there, but at the same time, the circle forcing them out means that they have to get down from the high horse. But considering how the layout of every single team is in the north side, I think the teams coming from Epicenter is going to be A-okay. But that's the thing. They can sneak up on whoever is that. But I want to say this right now. Revenant, they will be sharing a house between on the north side of survey camp. X10 on the bottom right of the map as well. Reignite also going to be taking in a fight as well. And seems like they are going to be able to toss off NXL. So that will be NXL's journey so far in towards the top 5 position. Top 9 squads left. Reignite also not out in the running for the top spot, as they are currently sitting in 7th place in the current scoreboard. So everybody needs those champions, and Reignite needs it the most.
Reignite as well. They were dominant our entire game.
Oh!
They were dominant at the start of playoffs, and they've just shaken. They've just stagnated. Now could be their shot at redemption. Look at the team they're dueling with so much damage getting outputted before they even take any return fire. In fact, they look like they've been left unscathed by this engagement, as all of them get a step closer to these Omen fabled red shields.
Yep, seems like Team Burger also going to be...
Oh no! The rank 1 team!
Oh no, Team Burger, they're getting forced out as Reignite looking for the thirst. They need to usurp them. And so far, they're doing a fantastic job at thirsting their way through. But Reignite, they had the upper hand initially, but great disengage coming from Team Burger. But as of now, they managed to back off. They got thirsted as well. But Reignite, look at this. They have to go for the reset. But the circle, 50 seconds left. They've got a lot of room to work with, but they made a little bit too much noise. So this time, they are going to play it a little bit safe before rotating next in, because the ones that's stopping them trap is going to be none other than Burger with 2 men alive. That's going to be Iman, as well as Mixi is going to be there trying to stop him in this track. Meanwhile, on the south side, we do say X10 going to be going for a couple of shots. Emmanuel also going to be losing a couple of their members. as X10 down towards the last health, and they might get eliminated. Yes, they will, as Emmanuel will be the victors of the South. But they have to pick up their members. 25 seconds left on the clock. Everybody's got to make a run for Reignite. Rotating from the south. Instead, they're looking to toss the members down south. Can they get KEPs? This is risky. Or do they think out for themselves? Because as of now, the entry point to the next phase zone are going to be gatekept by a lot of teams. They get MT from the sides. But a delivery comes in the man for Zero. Does he get the big gun? No, he does not. He gets a smaller one, and that's going to be the G7 instead of the Kraber for now.
The G7 though can still be absolutely ruthless when used in the right hands, and unfortunately for any other team, Reignite are most definitely the right hands. Elsewhere, a lot of 30-30 shots coming out from ATH. They're looking to try and harass any team that may be going for a third party here. On the high ground, Zero does a bit of damage, loses shields in the process though. Not quite in a position where they're going to be able to third party this team, but Gen Burson also low on HP, finally got his red shield. Sharky, minuscule amount of HP left.
No way.
But he's able to survive. Switches to the Mastiff. Point blank, tries to do the damage he can. Sharky has to get back and heal, as does Zero. They're going to be pushed off if they're not careful. Able to get the first shield sell off. Able to get the second. Something is recovery. Something is stagnation though. Suddenly it's going to be so important though. The caustic rounds landing so close to them. They spot out the first player. There's the shutdown. Emmanuel, our third place team, taken down by Reignite. But can Reignite rest? Can they recuperate? Can they re-heal? Yes, they will. Emmanuel mistiming their execution. Elsewhere, Team Burger, they also fall. Our rank 1 team, Revenant. This could be their bid for first place, but Reignite are also after them.
Oh, Reignite, they get the reset. They want to wipe them all off. They need to get this champion as well, but the one's going to be stopping them is going to be Revenant, who's also eyeing for the champion spot. Burger, they've got to take it out on 8th place, and this time, this is going to be goal time for Revenant. Revenant versus Reignite. Who's going to come on top on the circle? It's closing in. 50 seconds on the clock, and looks like the ape is going to be coming in as well. Reignite, they're going for the Grave. Belcon, they knocked them out, and now they're swamping his way through, but Zero goes a big W, and from behind, they completely savage Revenant Esports. They got the kill on Gem Button, but it doesn't matter because why? Reignite are back in action and they are in the top 4, but with 2 men left alive, they are in a choke spot because right now ATH is looking to grief them. Here comes the Arc Zero. He's gonna get completely beamed and re-knocked, and now Reignite, they are gonna lose their dreams of being crowned the champion as ATH gets completely swamped on them. The griefs is real and Reignite will be eliminated on top 4. Oh my god.
Strong game from ATH. Bear in mind, they were able to take the victory in round 7, but they are still so far on the leaderboard now. Their objective and their task for this map has been ruining the dreams of our top teams, and they've done so beautifully. Dewa, our 4th place team, are the only... Oh, it's Dewa and EXO, 4th and 5th, left in the final 3, and now from the high ground, they're just going to wreak havoc onto the rotation of ATH. Jack plucked out of the sky, falling now. Every player left for ATH without shields, desperately needs to back off, desperately needs to hide. There's no way they're getting to Jack, and I think the rest of the lobby knows it.
Oh my goodness, they gotta knock him out of the air with a charged rifle. That's some insane tracking coming from EXO. Kilo pops, looking for the finish. Oh, he's got the 10x. No wonder he's able to pop those shots. But look at this, the thirst is coming in. They do get the knock, and that is gonna be ATH eliminated. Now, final 2 teams. Dewa versus EXO. Battle of the top. Who's gonna be the number 1? Because right now, EXO gonna be zoning them off. They've got the consequence. They've got the numbers advantage. The aim comes in. The kilo pops. They got 2. They wipe them all. And that is gonna be EXO Clan. It comes up on top instead. Dewa, they dropped the ball. They got shut down. And that is gonna be EXO taking the champion in the second final map of the grand finals. Oh my goodness. Is close. This is so close between the top 5. Who is gonna be our top 4? It all comes down to the final map of the grand finals in map 12 in Storm Point right after this. But still, I don't know, man, Kramer. That is tight. That is tight. Really, really tight, bro.
Yep. And now it gets interesting because Burger, Revenant, Emmanuel, Dewa, EXO, they all went out at roughly the same time, apart from EXO in 5th place, 30 points short of that rank 1 spot, which means that it's going to come down to kills. Kills are going to be your make or break for our top 5 teams, and for the likes of Dewa particularly, that's something they're going to look upon with glee. A hell of a game from them, and just about we'll be able to bring up our scoreboard and we'll really be able to assess the damage that's been done from all of these teams. But for the likes of Burger, that rank 1 position suddenly doesn't look as safe.
Yeah, it is definitely not, because they got griefed rather early. I thought Revenant was able to overtake them, but they also got destroyed by Reignite. Unfortunately for Reignite, even though they've got like a top 4, top 5 finish, I still don't think it's enough points for them to actually usurp the #1 spot. Maybe getting in the top 4 is very, very possible, unless I might be wrong. You know, I don't want to jinx it. In the final game, imagine this, the final game of the series, every single top team gets completely dumpstered, and out of nowhere, Reignite wins champion. Theoretically, it is still possible, but I don't want to jinx it. I don't want that to be the final game of the grand finals here at Rise of Legends. But we're just casters. We can only tell you what's happening. But in case you guys watching at home miss out in the action, these are the highlights of map number 11.
You're right. And now that there's such a difficult position to make your way through, if you are on this team, if you are one of these members, what do you do? What do you do if you're Burger, if you're Revenant, if you're Emmanuel, all our top 3 teams? And now that you're on your final game, this map was meant to make sure that you're safe. This map was meant to secure you, lock you in your positions. That's no longer the case. And now for game 5, it's going to become all the more intense.
Yeah, SNG, they really tried their best to actually hold on the north side as well, which was really, really weird. Like, who does that kind of thing? But SMG has been playing the safe card for a long, long time, but they just didn't have the resources to do so. And Reignite, they could have destroyed the dreams of Burger a little bit earlier, but because of their early engagement with Burger, they forced Burger in a situation where they were eliminated rather early, and because of that, there was just nothing much Burger could have done, because they were caught mid-rotation by Reignite in that fight, and Reignite was just popping off. They understood that in order for them to win, they needed to get high kill volumes. They were thirsting like 2 to 3 teams so far, but eventually they got thirsted themselves, which led to their downfall. So I don't know, it's just a little bit sad to see that actually happen, but eventually, it all came down to giving it an opportunity for the other teams to rise. In this case, EXO Clan, they took advantage of the situation, and they are going to be #1 with the champion, 11 KP and 23 points. That is going to put them in a very, very okay position to fight for the #1 spot for the final map later on.
Oh, it's going to come so close. I think Team Burger just hold on to their crown, but the grip is slipping, and right now there are many other kings who all want their shot at the lineage, and for EXO Clan, that is a huge, huge game to place. Bear in mind, I believe that was just enough to take them over Dewa for that 4th place. Emmanuel as well, just clinging on as best they can, but I don't think this has shifted our top 5 placements. It has, however, made them a lot closer.
Yeah, it is going to be closing the gap as well for all these teams to take the top 4 positions, right? And currently, I don't know, there's just so many teams that actually fight the #4 spot as well. Like Burger, they've got to pull the dream run. In this final map, I don't think they can afford to play the top 5 strategy. If they want to get the #1 spot, they've got to get the champion right from the get-go. Same can be said for Revenant as well. They've not gotten a single champion. And for them to get like 6 points, only 3 points closing the gap against Burger, it's still too far apart, man. But I don't know, man. EXO Clan, Dewa, they put a very, very strong performance this game. Reignite, 14 points. They are able to close in the gap as well. So I can't wait to see how the overall standing is gonna go, because I think it's a battle between these top 8 teams so far. I think it's top. Okay, is it safe to say top 7 teams that is fighting for the top 4 spots? I think it's pretty safe.
Yeah, safe to say top 7. Bear in mind, at the moment, EXO, DNZ, and Reignite, there's 1 point separating all of them. 1 point between our 6th, 7th, and 8th teams.
Dude, that information is not making our jobs any easier, bro. That information is really not making our jobs any easier on predicting who's going to be the winner. That's just how close the tournament it is here in the APAC. And I don't know, the pros are here to party. And this final match, it's stressful. It's really, really stressful. And I'm just glad I'm not playing, because I'm here watching
and I can feel the intensity that's going through between all the minds of the cast as well. And
Yeah.
whew, you know, Kramer, I think I'm gonna be going for a break right now. And right after this break, we are gonna be having the grand finals final match, the decider match on who is gonna be the champion by the end of today, the Rise of the Legion South APAC Grand Finals. We will be taking a short break. My name is ICBaby12 and he is Kramer. We'll see you guys right after this break.
I'm trying to touch the states this time. 2021. Gotta show him I can still rap though. Now I'm in the game, I was on the bench. First I was renting, now I'm collecting rent. Run it up. First it with the Beamer, now I want the Benz. Spending all the back like here I go again. Outside says the chirp, now the camera phone. Told you I'ma make, keep the channels on. Why you acting different when the camera's on? Why you acting different like your paper long? 8 day wake up and I thank God. Bad decision got you wishing you could say nah. My city gritty, you could get hit any day now. On my mama, I'ma move my family way out. With some 20s, 50s, hundreds, thousands, millions, billions, trillions, zillions. I'm talking Amazon money, talking so much money I could mess around and buy Amazon. I been winning, I'm like, why me? I heard these labels wanna buy me. I don't need you, boo, I style me. I roll G's and they grind me. Now I'm on my game, nothing is the same. Who am I to blame? Money made me change. Cardi in my ring when I'm switching lanes. Money in the carry on them Boeing planes. Money in the carry on them Boeing planes. Now I got a buck for all those rainy days. Ain't have a day off in like 80 days. I got hustles in like 80 ways. Kids if he won't take a lazy day. Wifey on me told me take a break. I keep going to the paper straight. Then it's trips out to Montego Bay. If I take the job, bet I get it done. I said it before, I'm a 101. I just caught some ones, only wearing ones. Fornicate the funds, money made me calm. Diamonds on your neck, bet they on your neck. You want that watch, you better rock a tech. You want that chain, you better cop a vest. You want the check, but can you make it stretch?
A little over 10 points separate our top 6 teams. It physically couldn't get any closer, and honestly, I am all for it. We enter our final game of the Rise of Legion Apex Legends, and my God, we have it may come down to a tiebreaker. Burger still in that rank 1 spot, but only 3 points ahead of EXO Clan, who is only 1 point ahead of Revenant. We have a hell of a tie here, and as we go into our final game, every kill, every decision, every weapon, every pickup, every hop up is going to matter. Thankfully, I don't have to cast you through this alone. I'm your caster Crabber 3. I'm joined by the amazing Icy Baby 1-2. I mean, what do you make of this one, bud?
Yo, bro, this is gotta be the craziest, closest match we've ever seen in an APAC tournament, man. Like, anyone's game, man. Like you said as well, as close as it gets. Burger has been holding the #1 spot for a very, very long time, but it can turn the tides. Reignite, we talked about this before map 11. If they pull a good placing and good points from the previous game, they are going to be in the running as well. And guess what? They are technically in the running. However, they're 13 points away from the #1 spot. So the only way they come out of it is that somebody turns and grieves on Burger's dreams of maintaining numbers right from the get-go. It is still possible, but still, anything can happen. I don't know what to be expecting as well, because we are going to be jumping straight into the final game here in the grand finals. Map number 12 in Storm Point. I don't know. Are we going to see a lot of griefers? I don't know yet, because for now,
I really
the 10K US dollars is going to be divided by 4. So have they made their bribes yet? Have they made their attempts yet? Are we going to see griefers? I don't know. But so far, the ones that kind of grieve in the early stage is gonna be the Indian teams right from the get-go.
You're right. And now, here's the thing, right? There isn't any griefers. I'm amazed. Unless Revenant and EXO go for antennae together, we're not gonna see any griefers. What is this?
I'm surprised. I'm really surprised, you know? Integrity of gameplay is it's important. So, okay. We are not going to be seeing any party poopers for now. But as soon as I say that, take a look into his launch pad. It seems like there is a fight happening right now. And that is going to be NXL going up against... Who's the other team? Who's the guy in front of him? It's N-Days. Who's that? Oh, it's EXO. Oh, no. Okay. We are going to see a grief team.
Oh, I love it. I love it. NXL, they sell blood in the water and they want to follow it up. There's the scan. They know exactly where this team is. Let's see the fight. Bring on the carnage, I see.
You know, it's funny, right? I don't think they know it's EXO, but at the same time, you can see the faces and the reactions of EXO, right? Wait a minute, there's a team here. Get the heck out of there. And they could completely bail on the site itself. So, okay, I can respect that, but still, too close. Too close, my friend, too close.
It absolutely is. And now as we sort of see both teams armoring up and getting ready for what is going to be a pretty interesting engagement. I'm really looking forward to seeing who is going to be taking these early fights. Is any team going to be brave enough to take these early fights?
I don't know, but speaking of early fights, we do see Bomber Boys being one of the first team to be taken out. That's gonna be Revenant Esports going for the thirst. They're looking for the KPs, and they will get the knock in. So that's gonna be Revenant stacking up some kill points, and they will get their first few turns as well. If they get the first 3 KPs, they are currently tied with Burger Esports in 103. And yes, they will get the turns, and that is gonna be them tying it out with Burger Esports as of yet in terms of points.
All right, Bomber Boys, they get eliminated. Off they go, and it's Revenant to give that killing blow. Remember, it is all down to points here. Every single one matters, and being able to shut down teams like Bomber Boys is going to be what is going to pad Revenant's boost to try and make that bid for that first place prize.
I hate that I hate that I'm right. You know, when it comes to final matches as well, we are going to be expecting a little bit more griefers, but it's all up to the top 16s fighting for number spot, where the rest of the team are just here for the show, you know? And obviously, it's all about fun and games, it's all about getting experience, but I don't know, man. Like,
it's. Are we gonna see some mind games? I don't know yet, but what I do know is it's gonna be in a battle of the best. And currently, SNG, they are gonna be in a little bit of a sticky situation as well. But off the kill feed, look at this. NXL, they get the knock onto his EXO. EXO, they're down. It's over. EXO Clan, they got beat by NXL. No.
They've been eliminated. They go
way.
second place. Where do they slip to? HAIWAAN also get taken down. And now for SNG, they need to follow it up. Remember, they're right up against Reignite here. There's another group here, and they just want to leg it. They want nothing to do with this fight. They realize how important it's going to be to get to that final kind of 10 players left. And everyone, while some are fighting, some are fleeing, it's a completely mixed bag of fruits here, and no one wants to be on the receiving end of an attack.
Oh my goodness, NXL, you hate to see it, and we're talking about the unexpectancy is happening, but SNG, they are going to continue their battle on the top left again, and this time, SNG, they are going to get forced out. It is going to be a battle a little bit more with PROJECTXXX. As of yet, as you can see, HAIWAAN is available, but they have to play this a little bit safe. The rest of SMG, they're not ready to force the fight. But PROJECTXXX has been fighting against SNG every single time. And seems like PROJECTXXX has been losing out on all these fights so many times as well.
So careful here. There's a lot of damage being out, but it's a full conversion of that spray. And then this team, they have to get out of there. They can't risk overextending their welcome. But look where the zone is. It's miles from them. They still need to make an exodus here. And while the first zone may not do too much damage, you're going to be shot in the back every step you take. You look at it here. Everyone tries to run another crack onto a team here. And SMG want to follow it up. They want to keep fighting. The Gibby alone, taking shotgun blast, tanking them with his face. PROJECTXXX go down, but it's to SMG, not one of our top teams. And on that note, where are our top teams? How are they playing this? How are they looking to craft this victory? Without EXO, suddenly Burger are in such a good position.
I know, but at the same time, Revenant is not that far off to actually gather some points as well. So technically, EXO is out in the running. Revenant guaranteed, I would say, top 2 for now in the current standings as they overtake EXO with merely 2 points because of the earlier fumble coming from EXO. Oh no, you hate to see it. EXO losing so early. You talked about EXO being one of the dominant teams. For them to get grief rather early, I wasn't expecting this. But hold that thought for now. Let's take a look at the map right now. Seems like everyone is shying away towards the top right vicinity. None of the top teams are there, except for maybe Lala Bang. Emmanuel is going to be there as well. So there's going to be a little bit of contest coming from Burger as well as Emmanuel, I think, from the top right. So that's going to be a little bit crazy. But Emmanuel, they can eliminate it. So that's going to be them getting completely griefed on. 4th place is out.
It's between Burger and Revenant. It's between Burger and Revenant, unless Dewa play out their mindset. Dewa still standing here. This top 6 is just going to get even more intense now. Reignite, they haven't been able to get many kills either. So now, here comes that jump from the Valkyrie. So much damage being done. Is it a kill? It's 2 shield breaks, but no kill. They're able to get away. They're able to flee. They're able to hightail it. But with DNC hot on their heels, who will be the one to down this team? This marauding flight of the Valkyries.
I think that was Burger who just completely escaped that fight. Yeah, they were the ones that actually completely fell out of that situation. So I think they're going to be in the clear. I'm not exactly sure. Can we check a minimap a little bit more? But before that, let's take a look at Revenant right now. They are not getting tested. They are playing in the south side of the map, so they are going to be A-okay for now. But
they're running into
squad staff. Seems like they are going to be running into us, a team in front of them. It's going to be DNZ. Okay, this is not a good spot to be in. They have to fail. Revenant. Looks like they want to maintain the #1 spot. They cannot afford to lose right now, as you can see. They're playing those placement points. Oh, they're running. They've got a turbocharge on the Havoc, but DNZ, they want the turn. So I don't think they know that they are, but look at this. Revenant, they're getting completely shut down. They forced the GB dome, but they're not giving off the hook. They want to go in for the turns, and DNZ, they have no reason to chase this, but who cares? I want to go for blood, and now Revenant, they're forced to use the GBL to make a run for it. They pop the Bloodhound Hunt as well, as DNZ is not making it easy for Revenant Esports. No, Revenant, they have to run. They're escaping by a scratch, and now they will be split off. The GB is gonna be caught out by himself, but somehow survives it all. It's still on the zone, but DNZ, do they continue their chase? No, they don't. They got Max here. That's gonna be Revenant losing one member. DNZ, they're not letting off the hook, but the zone is coming in. They're playing for the safe. They are gonna go for the reset. Seems like they are gonna bail out of the situation because now the reflex coming in. They're gonna get those the spiders as well. DNZ, they're losing their control. They're running away, and they conceded. It seems like Revenant, they won't be able to get the pickup. What?
Revenant, that is a really lucky recovery. The fact DNZ actually don't go for that conversion is really impressive. I also want to highlight how early these red shields have come out for DNZ. They've been so aggressive, and it's worked beautifully for them. For me, DNZ are the MVP of this game, just from how aggressive they've been.
Okay, DNZ seems like they're gonna let them off the hook. They don't exactly want to lose out their control, but at the same time, they've already overextended a little bit too much. But as of yet, they want to gatekeep another team. Seems like they are gonna try and play a little bit safe as they back off and focus a different team. But guess what? In front of them, who's it gonna be? It seems like Reignite is in the vicinity. DNZ. They don't exactly know that this is happening, but oh, NXL from the sides. NXL, they're thirsting on the DNZ. They will get the knock in as well. Zarata is going to be in a little bit of trouble. Horizon pops in as well. It's down towards ourselves, but the Rave Portal is going to keep him alive, so he's going to be able to bail out of that situation. DNZ needs to go for the pickup. SA goes in for the heal as well. And that is going to be Reignite, going to be waiting for that opportunity to go in for a third party. DNZ fighting against NXL. They get the re-knock onto his Kinsus. As DNZ holding for their dear lives. 1 minute, 20 seconds before the zone comes in. So they are going to be A-okay as they go in for the hunt. But from the sides as well, NXL, they go for the wrap around. They lose Kinsus, but they want to thirst them off. And it is going to be a battle between NXL as well as DNZ. And DNZ, they lose another. Last man standing for DNZ.
Oh, he's so low as well. Shields are definitely on the verge of being broken here. And you see a few of these barriers being put out to almost cover their teammate. However, it may not be enough. The Bloodhound alone in a one versus however many are going to be fighting him. Luckily, Big C already low on HP, but as is the Wraith. Wraith has to get away. There's a follow-up scan from the Bloodhound, trying to fight an angle here. Does a lot of damage to those purple shields there. Big C also being cracked in the process, though. And for NXL, they need to be methodical about this. They can't risk being called out. Joker hit by the nade, also down once again. This may be too little for too late. Bloodhound swings out there. The element of surprise is perfect. The Wraith is taken down. However, there's still 2 members left for the NXL. They're going to try and cover this. They're going to try and keep their Wraith alive. They need to try and get up point blank in the process. There's a crack. There's a low HP on the Bloodhound. Can they punish him off? DreamFire limited elsewhere. There goes DNZ. And now NXL sits atop the kill throne.
Oh my goodness, NXL just completely going ham on everyone. And as of yet now, we do see Reignite. They do get the thirst on Goated. So that's going to be a little bit KPs for Reignite as they try to take the #1 spot. Can Reignite come on top? That's going to be the question right now because they are on from the south side. They heard all these actions and they need to make it into the zone. The second zone is going to be closing in as they make a run for it. I'm not exactly sure how the map is going to look out for them considering that there's so much thing that is happening across the map. Meanwhile, on the top side as well, you can see NXL still waiting for Right Omen. Revenant also going to be saying hello in the near vicinity. Both of the top teams are here, but no, on the kill feed Team Burger, they're eliminated on the 9th or 10th place. No way. No way!
With Burger gone suddenly for the members of Revenant.
Oh no,
Reignite! Perfect map. Reignite taking a lot of damage to the process. Remember, the only 2 teams that are left in the top is going to be Revenant, Dewa, and Reignite. However, Reignite already without Gemba. They're going to have to raise him up. They're going to be able to do so in the process though, but NXL, they want to keep fighting Zero. He needs to be careful of these Arc Stars. He needs to try and avoid them as best he can. The push is coming through. No armor on a lot of these players. The zone's going to do most of the damage. There's Big C, good for the first, able to follow it up with the Eva 8. Trying to labor the fight, but is able to get it regardless though. The remaining shots are coming in. This could be too much damage. There it goes. NXL, they're removed, but they were only here for the hunt. They were only here for the joy of the kill, the thrill of the hunt. And now for Reignite, caught in the zone. Remember, this is still only the second zone, despite how chaotic the fights are. Revenant, they've had their chance to recover. Now they're back in the game, and now they're back on the hunt. SNG from the flag are going to see them trying to rotate away here. There'll be shots from behind, but it's harassment damage. Will it be spotted out?
Oh, the sprays are coming in, but at the same time, Revenant, they got themselves a little bit of good KPs, and they were able to weaken Reignite's forces. Reignite down to his 2 players themselves, still tanking the zone as they lose Chen Potter in the process. So they need to get out of the zone right now because this zone is starting to hurt a little bit more. But now, let's pay attention to the zone right now. It's shifting towards the east side. And talking about top teams, Dewa Esports already in the zone, uncontested at all. So considering how the top teams has had an endless blood slaughtering match throughout the entire game, Dewa was just sitting still, very quiet throughout the entire game. So I don't know. This is gonna be tough, but look at this, Revenant. They're going for the long rotation on the left side, but they've got 1 minute 30 seconds left before the next phase of rotation. And if they go for the northwest approach, X10 is gonna be gatekeeping them. So this is gonna be a tough one for them. Meanwhile, on the bottom left of the screen, so we do see Dewa United gatekeeping the guys on the top, and that's gonna be, I think, Emmanuel, I believe, is gonna be gatekeeped by them. So that's gonna be a little bit of a tough spot to be. No, that's not. Yeah. But seems like that's gonna be Dewa United Esports starting their skirmish now. They are, speaking of getting a contested, they are gonna force the issue as they go for the wraparound as ATH gets eliminated from the match. And this, we're down to his final 7 squad, and Dewa United get knocked in. Rocky gets a big knock, and Dewa United, they are gonna go for the reset to come back into the #1 spot for now. But it's
point blank with that shot. Oh, so much damage. What's the follow-up? Raji's taken down from BRP. Remember, BRP, one of the teams that are absolutely not winning this, but can ruin the day. They can make lives difficult. As they continue to try to do the damage wherever possible. Taken down by Dewa. It's now going to be down to Dewa, the 2 players without shields, do the best damage they can. However, Dewa, they are going to be losing Twizzy if they're not careful. The Watson also trying to go for the best they can. North side taken down, as is BRP elsewhere. New kill lead goes to the favourite Dewa, but what can they hope to do? 5 scores left, 14 players. People need to die, and Dewa, they're finding out the hard way. The Valkyrie on the cusp of death is able to escape for the time being though, but they're running straight into Reignite.
Okay, Dewa, they lose Bastion. X10, they managed to pick him off. SNG as well from the southwest corner. They will be joining in the party. We're down towards the final 5 teams. It's going to be between Dewa, Reignite, as well as Revenant going to be fighting for the #1 spot. Revenant, they finally join in the party. They're looking for the thirst. Reignite also going to be in the vicinity from the south side. Dewa United leaving Tweezy alone. He's going to get griefed by X10. He misses the shot. No, he actually got it. So that's going to be Dewa United out on 5th place. Down towards the final 4. Revenant as well as Reignite. Reignite, one of the ALGS pros, looking to defend their title of champion here. And Revenant looking to prove their crowns as they try to win their first ever championship here with us. And down towards the final 4, who is it gonna be? Because on the south side, we do see Revenant still in a scuffle with Reignite on the other side of the map, while X10 is just chilling on the northern section.
Revenant, this is their chance to clinch a victory. Revenant have not won a game. They have just been placing well, and they have just been killing. You look at this new zone now, everyone has to move out in the open. Revenant, they're going to try and go for the long rotation here, potentially even trying to catch out this team in front of them. They go for the push. There's the Cosmic Ultimate. They're running straight to Reignite now. Point blank, what can they hope to do? They're going to try and catch out Gerberson, already low on HP, has to be so careful here, but there goes 2 of their players. It's all down to the Gibraltar. 1 versus this 2-man setup from Reignite. Shots from behind as well, going to make their life difficult. Point blank, there's the follow-up, trying to do the damage they can, but Revenant taken down. It's all on Reignite, but the third party's here. What can Reignite do? Get Burton 1 versus 3. Caught out, Reignite full.
Oh my goodness, Revenant and Reignite, they bow out in 3rd and 4th place. I don't know who's gonna be the champion right now. It's so close in terms of placement points, and considering how Revenant and Reignite, they're 9 points apart before the end of the series, I don't know who's gonna be the champion, but as of yet, the game will still continue. We're down towards the 2 final teams, and that is gonna be X10 as well as, well, I don't know what they're doing. Okay. The final 2 teams are just celebrating right now. We know who's gonna be the champion, but at the same time, it doesn't even matter anymore because it's gonna be a battle between Reignite and Revenant for the top 2 spot. I'm pretty sure. Who's gonna be #1? That's gonna be my question.
It comes down to kills. It will entirely come down to kills here. And bear in mind, we haven't even seen our 4th zone. That's how aggressive these teams were. And now look at the takeoff. X10 with the high. It has. We do a little bit of trolling, say X10, as they actually have just avoided SNG now. Both of them sort of emboldened themselves into a building here. But remember, with our top 6 gone, this is all for glory. It's all for bragging rights.
This is just them messing around already. It's like the final 2 teams rather early with Sentinel's 10x. It doesn't matter unless he hits the 6th shot though. But I don't know. Who's gonna be the champion? That's gonna be my question right now. X10 and SNG. What are they doing, man? What are they doing?
Just like, have a bit of fun with it.
I have no idea what they're doing, remember? This is... Oh, okay, yeah. They're just throwing bodies, but okay. SNG just running around. Going for a couple of Neo Strafe, but Circle is gonna come in. Finally, SNG, they're looking for the close-up as well. X10 gonna be hunted as well. Nusuru gonna be focused down as SNG going for the Thursday, going for the knock, and that's gonna be SNG coming on top. One member down for X10, and it is gonna be a 3v2 situation. Who's gonna come on top, Grimmer?
It looks like it is going to be SNG here to take a victory, but I don't think that's the question on our minds. Not who wins, but who wins overall. And it ends with a punch. It ends with an uppercut, a right hook haymaker from the heavens. But on the topic of heavens, who will be ascending to these heavens? Who will be our victors?
Oh, that's pretty much it for the final map here in the entire grand finals. The question remains, who are your champions? We don't exactly know. We don't know how to tell you who it is. We've got to wait for the official results because Revenant and Reignite seems to be close neck and neck. Burger getting eliminated a little bit off. EXO as well. Who is going to be in our top 4? Who's going to be our champion? Revenant currently looking to bag their first ever championship.
I think it's Revenant.
But that's the thing. Revenant was eliminated on 4th place, while Reignite was eliminated on 3rd place. I don't know, Kramer. It's gotta be close.
Yeah. Revenant had a 9-point lead before we went into this map, so it is entirely down to kills. I think Revenant take it. I really do.
I don't know. I think Reignite may be able to take it as well because they had in a lot of action, but considering how things went down, maybe, you know, we've got to wait for our official results very, very shortly. But before that, in case you missed out in the final match 12, let's take a look at our match highlights by the end of today. It seems like we did see an early kills coming from Revenant as well. Revenant was able to get a couple of KPs here and there to take the #1 spot. And this is moments as well. We see EXO Clan getting eliminated on 16th place. So they were one of the strong contenders to take #1 spot. They completely flopped in the final game, which was a very, very unfortunate event because we do see a lot of griefers and even Burger as well in this situation. I think it was DNZ hunting for Burger that made them completely lose out in those trade-offs, which was very, very unfortunate for them.
Yeah, it really was. And I mean, you look at some of the highlights, a lot of it's going to be NXL and DNZ, who just was so aggressive start to finish, and I love that from them. I'm so happy we had a team decide to go for the final game. All right, we're killing everyone.
Yep, that's the thing about griefing, right? You know, anything can happen, and our dark horses, NXL, put on a show. You know, put them all in a spot. You know, even though you may be one of the best teams, when a griefer comes in, you will get punished, and it seems like a lot of these teams were affected by the griefers themselves. But at the same time, Dewa United Esports Wall seems to be in a very, very comfortable position in terms of placement. They are capable of taking the #3, #4 spot. I don't think it's enough for them to get #1 and #2 unless they got KP. But that's the thing. It's just me based on my own calculation in my brain. But at the same time, anything can happen. That's how close the points are between all the top 6 before we jump into this final grand finals, my friend.
Yep, and I mean, it couldn't come to a better moment, could it? Absolute make or break. In just a second, we'll be able to see our standings. We'll be able to figure out, we'll be able to extrapolate who was our victor, who was able to take the throne from Team Burger for the final time.
Yep. Whew, the moment that we have all been waiting for. I'm pretty sure that we are going to be having our scoreboards up very, very shortly. And I know you guys are excited to find out who is going to be the one that comes up on top. And honestly, I want to shout out to all of you guys watching right now who's waiting and anticipating with suspense with us to find out what the official results are. And thank you guys once again for being an amazing community to actually support the tournament itself, the Rise of Legion South APAC Grand Finals. It's been a pleasure casting with you guys as well. Before we close out the goodbyes, I know you guys are waiting for results. You know, shout out to Kramer as well. Thank you, you know, for being an amazing caster with me. You know, thank you for the opportunity.
It's been fun. Honestly, it's been fun. Of course we gotta keep them in loot. It's not every day we get so many people just sitting here waiting. Thank you guys so much for making the Apex Legends community such a wholesome one. And I really love Apex. It's been fun watching all these amazing players play so far.
To follow it up as well, thank you very much to our presenting sponsors, both Intel and Lenovo Legion, both of which have made this whole thing possible. So thanks to them, we wouldn't even be seeing the rise of Legion. So massive thank you to our sponsors. And just to set the context here, I see right now, Reignite, they need to be 9 points ahead of Revenant in our standings. 9 points. I think Revenant have won it.
I don't know. Let's take a look at the points right now, because as of now, okay, Reignite is 15 points. So I think Revenant might have enough points. SNG, they got the champion spot with 20 points, but Reignite, the 15 points, is it enough to get number 2 spot? Because that, I think Revenant Esports is number 1, right?
Revenant, take it, number 1. Revenant number 1, Reignite, they end up just about falling... 105. Oh, they're now tied with Team Burger for second place, I believe, at 105 points.
No way. If they're tied, who's gonna be the ones that come up on top?
It would be Reignite because they've won 2 maps.
Technically, it's placement points and then kill points, right? So who's got the higher placement points?
It's Reignite because they've won 2 maps.
Yeah, 2 maps, but this is tough.
Oh my!
We gotta wait for the official results by our
don't trust our bracket maths. It's not very good.
Yeah, it is not. But what I do know that I think it's safe to say that Revenant Esports has won their first ever championship title in the APAC region. That's gonna be their first ever after so many countless attempts. So well done, coming from Revenant Esports for now. That's the results we have.
Absolutely. Congratulations to Revenant to be able to take rank 1. The question is, though, who's rank 2, 3, and 4? We'll see in just a moment, but let's take a moment to talk about our champions, Revenant. And here's the thing with Revenant. It took them all the way up to round 10 to be able to win a map. Before then, it was 4th, 5th, 3rd, 2nd, 2nd. Never a victory. Always within clutches of it, but never able to take it. It was only in our final 3 games were they able to find it within themselves to take that rank 1 spot. And once they found that rank 1 spot, let's do with it, because they had a hell of a performance.
I'm not gonna lie, Kramer, a champion without a champion seems like a pretty good championship title, man. A champion without a crown is still a champion. Ladies and gentlemen, your champions, Revenant Esports, representing from Indonesia, and also the organization from India itself. And they have finally took a championship spot for now. Well done to Revenant Esports for that performance. I totally enjoyed that. Well done indeed.
Well done indeed. They absolutely destroyed and they absolutely delivered. What a performance that was. And now for our final placements. It's got to be there. Revenant, they take the lion's share of 5,000 USD. But who will take that 3,000, 1,500, and $500 second, third, and fourth?
Yep. I'm looking forward to see how the next title is going to go as well, because as of now, Revenant Esports, they will be walking away, like you say, 5,000 US dollars in the pocket. Second place, 3,000 US dollars. Who is it going to be? Third place, 1,500. Who's it going to be? And fourth place, 500. Production, are we ready to announce our top 2, 3, and 4? Are we? No? Yes?
We will be in just a moment. We'll see in just a moment. I love how our production is teasing us. Stop flirting with us, production. Give us those standings. Let's see who's going to be that second, third, and fourth. It's Team Burger who hold on. My God! Look at those points! I believe Team Burger, they take second because the placement points takes priority. Reignite then third with Dewa in fourth. It came down to 11 points separating our 5th and 1st place finish. I see, we knew it would get close, but I don't think we knew it would get this close.
Yeah, this is insanely close between all the teams so far. Well done indeed from all across the regions and everywhere in the world.
But as of now, Revenant Esports will be the #1 team with no champions, but are your champions of the Rise of Legion South APAC Grand Finals with 111 points. KP, the highest KP, 61. Team Burger on second place with only 37 kill points, but a very, very big margin of placement points to tie it with Reignite on third place. And Dewa Esports will be taking the #4 spot, walking away with $500. I would say it's still a big W, as these are your top 4 teams. Well done to everyone else as well who's on the bottom for participating with us in the Rise of Legion, because you guys put on a great show and it's been an amazing journey for all of you guys. And it's been a pleasure for me to be able to cast Grand Finals with you, with Kramer, for you guys and throughout the entire past few weeks as well. And shout out to Crips as well during the group stages. And I think I saw Ultimate Noob as well during the group stages. Thank you guys for making this possible for all the teams coming into the Grand Finals.
You're absolutely right. It was an absolute pleasure to cast all of them. They all played out of their minds. The fact that Revenant were able to win the tournament without taking a single victory shows just the value they were able to place in tactically being able to get so many kill points. Our kill leaders. They built their kingdom on blood and bodies, but I see those are some strong foundations.
Yeah, and it's really been fun as well. That's pretty much the official standings for you guys. I hope you guys enjoyed the show. Looking forward to see you guys in the next Apex Legends tournament, if that is possible. And I'm looking forward to see more games in the near future. But this past 1 week, you know, for these guys who's tuned in for every single day from the group stages all the way here, you guys are the true fans. You guys are the big boys, because without you guys, we would not have all this amazing setup and amazing games for you guys to watch. And honestly, we can't spell fun without you all. And thank you indeed for watching the stream. And nevertheless, we are going to be closing out the series for now. Any final thoughts, Bremer?
You said it beautifully, I see. Thank you so much to everyone, from the fans to the players, and more importantly to our production team at the Esports Club, who have been absolutely wonderful to work with throughout this tournament. Especially big thank you to our sponsors of Intel and Lenovo Legion. This has been the Rise of Legion. I've been your caster, Kramer3. I've been accompanied by the amazing Icy Baby 1, 2. Hope you all enjoyed. We'll see you for the next tournament. Until then, happy hunting.
I'm trying to touch the States this time. 2021. Gotta show him I can still rap though.
Now I'm in the game, I was on the bench.